We are here in Scottsdale, Arizona with a wonderful group of supporters. And I would like to thank all of you who came and who have been part of this and have supported it, because we couldn't have done this without your donations and financial support. And we're hearing the speaker, by the way. We got an echo here. So one of the things that has struck me in the last few years doing this project is that every time we move forward, classified projects try to get ahead. That's happened after Unacknowledged came out, and 650 million people around the world saw that. They then formed an organization called TTSA, which was a cutout for the intelligence community with Luis Elizondo and Chris Mellon and Hal Puthoff and others who have been involved in these classified operations for years, that began to have a controlled leak of information on the subject that went through the mainstream media, and the media covered it because it was authorized by the intelligence community to do so. They do not cover this story unless authorized by the intelligence community in the mainstream media in this country and most others. The result has been that the war narrative, the alien threat narrative, got embedded in every single story in a very subtle and nuanced way. And this is, of course, why we're here. We're here because we knew this was coming. Carol Rosin was told this was coming in 1974. I was read into these plans in the early 90s that they would at some point pivot towards a wild card situation of a threat from outer space to try to unite the world around a very militaristic level of unity, or rather than an enlightened level of unity. And we're at that point. We're at the inflection point. And this is why this is such a very critical time. The good news is that our plans here are to create a documentary that will be released free to the world without a distributor, meaning that you don't have any intellectual property holdback on it. And if people want to put it out in its entirety, anywhere on any site in the world, they will do so, be allowed to do so. And that means every influencer, celebrity, friends you have who are influencers or celebrities, yourself. And this is where we really need your help. We have crowdfunded the project. Now we need to crowdfund or crowdsource the disclosure. Okay, and that's really why I'm very grateful to all of you here, because this isn't going to happen without us, we, the people, doing it. And this is what I learned the very hard way. And I just want to give people a little bit of a tour de force over the last, since 1992 or so. Most people don't know the history of disclosure. The history of the Disclosure Project was an accident or planned by some higher forces, perhaps, as a result of a close encounter of the fifth kind, CE5 contact, on the beach in Florida in 1992. So we had about 60 people there for a weekend expedition. I was just starting to do this, working as an emergency doctor as my normal life, and in my spare time, leading an interplanetary contact ambassador program. And so we were down there, and there were a couple colonels there and people who were Air Force folks who had come. And the first night we're out, it was only a couple nights, it was a weekend. We had 4 extraterrestrial vehicles just pop, 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 materialize in the sky. Now you've all seen the funny video where the Southern dude goes, "Holy damn hot shit!" And I said, just calm down, you know, that one. But photographs were taken and ended up on the front page of the Pensacola paper. So within 30 days, I get some calls from people in the intelligence community. So the general who's head of Army intelligence, General Albert Stubblebine III, contacts me. He invites me to a meeting in Atlanta a few days after this contact to meet with him, allegedly for some conference, which was actually a dog and pony show from some intelligence people. And they put me at I got there, I thought I was being in the back of the room, and they put me at the head table with the general and some CIA and National Security Agency folks. And that night took me up into a room in this hotel. And they basically said, well, who the hell do you think you are? And what do you think you're doing, making contact with these civilizations without our permission? And I informed him, I don't need your permission. I'm a free denizen of the earth and the cosmos. I've had contact with these civilizations. I know who they are, why they're here, and you can't deceive me. Moreover, I'm not wealthy, but as a medical doctor, I don't need your damn money. And thirdly, when I was 17, I died, and I'm not afraid of death. Therefore, you have no traction with me. And of course, he was not happy hearing this. He goes like this, well, we know exactly who this son of a bitch is. I said, yes. So what are you going to do about it? So that was my entree as a doctor who was doing this as a civilian for universal peace and enlightenment and contact, getting dragged into this morass that we call the national security state. So that little, and it was apocryphal, but I just wanted to give you that sort of setting. So then within about a year of then, a month later, the co-founder of the Peace Corps, Dr. Maury Albertson, and an Apollo astronaut and some other folks organized a conference. And before the conference was a weekend retreat at St. Malo's near Estes Park. And so some of these same people show up at this. And of course, they're trying to intercept what we're doing. And at that meeting, again, the general, the head of Army Intelligence, General Albert Stubblebine III, offers me $2 billion, with a B, US dollars, if I would stop what I was doing and join their group and be on the sort of board, operating board. It was a serious offer, and I said, no, thank you, I cannot be bought. He then went behind my back to my wife, big mistake. And I said, no, we're not gonna do this. And she thought, oh, he was so nice, he was flattering you. And I said, yeah, devil speak with forked tongue. So I'm quarter Cherokee, so I kind of like the Native American view of all of these sort of corrupt people. So what I decided was they're not going to stop, but I'm going to just keep ignoring them. So then I get approached shortly thereafter by some people who were tied into the Clinton administration. And of course, he took office in January of 1993. And what they basically communicated to me was that the president and the CIA director, as well as other members of the administration, had made inquiries into the subject and had been denied access, which did not altogether surprise me, but I was a little bit unsure that could be true. I think most Americans or people around the world would think top of the pyramid would be the president of the United States and certainly his senior national security team. Not true. So eventually I was asked to brief the director of the CIA. And I just want to share a couple sentences from the letter from myself. This is one document I think you have. And it's from the head of the Arlington Institute, who was friends with the director of the CIA, R. James Woolsey. And he says, I talked to Woolsey this morning and he suggested getting together over dinner. And then he wrote, there is an active attempt being made at lower levels of government to sabotage Project Starlight, which was the code name for the Disclosure Project before anyone knew about it. This group almost certainly has tapped your phones and is aware of most of the details of your plans. They are feeding information gathered from their collection, like the fact that you might be meeting with Woolsey, back in a negative way. And then he says, Operation Starlight will become a serious underlying threat to the status quo. And then he continues, you must understand that great principalities and powers will oppose your plans if they know about them. And then later says, remember, the most powerful people in the world will have a deep, compelling interest in our activities and will use everything in italics at their disposal to affect their objective. So with that, I went, okay. I mean, I'm an emergency doctor and sort of seen everything. I said, all right, we'll go. Now, at the time, I really thought that this was a ruse, but it wasn't. And in fact, the CIA director had been denied access, as had the president. And subsequently, Lawrence Rockefeller, with whom I had met, hosted the president and first lady, Bill and Hillary Clinton, at the ranch out in Wyoming, where they were subsequently briefed with materials that we had assembled. But ultimately, they signed off and didn't want to proceed. These meetings continued. So once I realized that the national security state was not going to allow the president or the CIA director or a lot of his senior team to have control over this, we ended up having a really serious problem with figuring out, well, then what are they going to do? So I started putting together a team early on of whistleblowers, people in the government who knew about this. And this continued, for a number of years behind the scenes. The public knew very little about it because I was trying to keep it confidential, because otherwise they wouldn't have taken a meeting. In 1997, most people don't realize that we conducted a briefing for members of Congress, where Edgar Mitchell, the astronaut, and about a dozen of the first top secret military and intelligence CIA people were gathered to do a private briefing for members of Congress, including chairmen of committees and what have you. But it was private. It was not up on the hill in a SCIF, a secure communication intelligence facility. It was at a private setting in Georgetown. So when we did that event, there was a man, and he had been on an interagency committee in 1974, interesting year, same year that Werner von Braun shared with Carol Rosin. And he said, look, I have been on this committee, and back at that time, I remember this is 97, almost 25 years later, we could push a button and an algorithm would kick in where there would be a staged alien attack on the Earth that we are doing, and that everyone from the president to the National Military Command Center personnel and most of the Joint Staff would not know it's not alien. They would think it's ET, and it isn't. Now, I had heard similar stories from people who had been in these operations before, and that's when I realized that this was actually the heart of what they were, one of the reasons for the secrecy. The technologies that they're hiding is one reason, because that's an $800 or $900 trillion issue with oil and gas and coal and everything else that's destroying the planet. But this was actually bigger, because this is how eventually they could unite the world, not in peace, but in war. And not in enlightenment, but in fear. And so this is when I realized we have a very big problem. I never knew that I would step into this arena. Ultimately then, right after that, I briefed Admiral Tom Wilson. And that's another, I don't know if you're keeping up the documents, but I've been going through some of them. And Admiral Wilson was the head of intelligence, Joint Chiefs of Staff. He was somebody who really did not know about this issue. He'd asked about it. We provided briefing to him written before I met with him. I remember this is, J2, head of intelligence joint staff, sort of second in line after the head of it, the director of the Defense Intelligence Agency, who I later briefed. And he said, no, in his inquiries on this, he was denied access completely and was actually threatened with demotion. So that is a huge problem. And I said, well, you're not the only person who's run into this lead wall. And he said, well, who else? I said, well, CIA director, members of the Senate Intelligence Committee I've met with, the Secretary of Defense, Gordon Cooper, who was an astronaut, whose team filmed an object landing out on a dry lake bed back in the 50s, was asked by Secretary of Defense Cohen for Bill Clinton to get him all that information so he could get the original footage out of the vault or the classified projects. Gordon Cooper did so because he and I were given a talk to an organization in Washington. And he shared me this story. And the Secretary of Defense was completely unable to extract anything on this subject, including having all the actual intelligence on that case from an astronaut whose team filmed it. He could not get it. And this is the Secretary of Defense of the United States. So between 1992 and 1997, I knew we had a massive, unparalleled constitutional crisis. Forget Watergate and little scandals like that, or the Monica Lewinsky scandal. This is the biggest one in the history of the United States, period. Nothing comes remotely close. And so it began. And at a certain point, I realized that the politicians simply were not going to do anything about it. And for that reason, we decided to do it ourselves. So in 1997, under the guidance of discussions with constitutional attorney, who I wish to introduce for a moment, Daniel Sheehan, and my military advisors, I did an unless otherwise directed letter. What does this mean? It means this is a military strategy where you can write to your commander or to the head of an agency and say, this is my assessment of this situation. This is what we are going to do about it unless otherwise directed, UNOD. So we did that, went to the heads of the FBI, NSA, CIA, the whole alphabet soup, everyone. Return receipt requested, I can prove it happened. And I said, you have until the end of January 1998 to inform us that we are not correct. And unless you do, we are going to proceed as follows. The projects that are dealing with this issue are unacknowledged special access projects and are being run illegally and unconstitutionally. Therefore, we are going to authorize and enlist the help of people who have top secret clearances to hand off to us documents, information, schematics, testimony, what have you. And they cannot be prosecuted under the National Security Act because that would require that that project be within the bounds of the law, and we can prove that they are not. We can prove in a court that key people in the United States government who should know and have a need to know have been denied access. And no one, as of this date, April 25th, 2021, has ever contacted me or anyone who's given me a classified document that is not declassified that I have published, or any of our now 980 or so military and intelligence and corporate witnesses. No one's been contacted and said, be quiet or you're in trouble. Not one. And if they were to do so, Daniel Sheehan and myself and a couple other constitutional attorneys would go after them seriously in a major federal lawsuit and case to protect whistleblowers, which is what they are. Because they are not exposing, like Snowden did, projects, however ill-founded and ill-advised, that were snooping on us like PRISM. But we're being overseen by the president and the oversight committees. They're exposing projects that we can prove have lied to presidents, have been completely done off the books, in black projects, unacknowledged special access projects, meaning those who are in them don't tell anyone about them unless that person has been read into it and agrees to keep it secret from even their commanding officer. So that is how that happened. Then it took us from 1998 to about 2000 to assemble who we wanted to have, and then in 2001 had the National Press Conference for the Disclosure Project, which launched the whole modern disclosure movement. Now, that eventually was seen by 900 million people, but the day of the event, for the first hour, we had my security people watching that building overnight. There were people in the building putting devices, so everything out of the National Press Club building for the first hour was jammed by the National Security Agency. That's a true story. Hopefully we're not being jammed. Is this still working? We're good? Okay. So that is just a quick overview of this. And I think that the reason this Cosmic Hoax documentary is so important is that it's a singular focus on this very important warning that many, many, many people in the intelligence services in Pentagon have told me about, this plan to stage a threat. And now you and I, all of us, are living through an era where that is literally happening before our very eyes. It's literally happening. If you look at the spin of the stories coming out of the mainstream media, first of all, there are two massive lies in every single story in the mainstream media. Number one, that these objects are a threat to the national security. They are not. Everybody knows it. Even the people who are saying it, like Luis Elizondo has admitted, they know that. Number two, that we don't know how they operate, that we have no idea how these could be going faster than the speed of sound and not making a sonic boom. Never mind, I have met with multiple aerospace engineers at various aerospace companies and also who've worked for the intelligence services who helped design and have worked on these systems since the 50s, 60s, 80s. So you have, that's not only a lie, but a damn lie. Now, I'm not saying that Senator Marco Rubio or former Trump National Security and Director of National Intelligence head Ratcliffe are knowingly lying, but they're reading from a script. Okay, I don't know what they know and don't know. I do know that what they're saying to you, the American people and the world, is false. It's completely and provably false. And that's what we shall prove today and in the course of this documentary and over the next 2 months. Because the public needs to know the reason for the holdback on acknowledging that we would have anything that could behave the way the Tic Tac, that video, that was all in the news a couple years ago, and the new ones that are coming out from the naval destroyers, which are these triangular objects over our Navy. The Pentagon a week or two ago said, yeah, those are real. They didn't say those are ours. Those are made by our aerospace and clandestine operations and engineering operations. So they want people to think that our Navy destroyers are being harassed by these things. No, it's because the captain of that Navy ship and the pilots who were chasing these Tic Tacs and other craft off the coast of California, they weren't read into the existence of these technologies that are in unacknowledged special access projects. That's how secret it is. The captain of a naval destroyer would not have clearance for that. Certainly, if the CIA director was not read into it, why would a captain on a Navy ship? So this is where secrecy is dangerous, because in the darkness of that secrecy, these people can unroll a program that would trick everyone, a false flag. And it's happened before, and we'll get into that later. But I just wanted to give you this big picture before we welcome our first guest from Russia. Oh, and we're not. Okay, well, we seem to have a technical problem. We have a cosmonaut who is supposed to be there, but we will then proceed with another part of the program. I think we can have, is Carol Rawson ready? When you guys get Timothy, Carol, can you start now? Because she's next. And I'll introduce her. We have a cosmonaut who is supposed to click in at 1:15 to 1:20, and I've been waiting for the signal, but apparently he's not online. Hopefully we'll get him online soon. But first, then, I would like to introduce a dear friend, beautiful soul. Oh, Carol, that's you left? Oh, she's trying to get him. Now, let me just give you a little background on Carol. A neighbor of ours had told me about Carol Rosin. And she knew of her because she had read an article about her in a magazine and said, you really need to talk to Carol Rosin. I said, who's that? And so we reached out, and she, of course, had been the spokeswoman for Wernher von Braun, who invented the rocket for the Germans in World War II, the father of rocketry, later was foundational in our aerospace programs here in the United States. And he told her, well, he was very sick, last few years of his life or so, in 1974 and onward, about what would happen. and that it was Carol Rosin's sacred task to prevent and keep weapons from space, because space we must share with our cosmic cultures and neighbors. And this was his heartfelt request and his dying request to Carol. And she's been faithful to that for now, 47 years. So I'd like to introduce Carol Rosin, my dear friend.
This is possibly the last presentation I'm ever going to give, because I think there's nothing more that needs to be said after this event. In terms of pivoting the course of history, there are so many issues of concern that we all have. For me, as an educator, I was concerned about the orphans on the planet. At that time, I heard there were 30,000. I have no problem, we'll get them homes. Now I hear there are 400 million orphans. And I hear 100 to 200 species a day are disappearing, and you know all the problems of the earth changes and the climate and the disease and the issues that all of us have personally as we're trying to survive and enjoy our lives. It's pretty hard. My husband, John Cipher, I proposed to 3 days after I met him because I was looking for an actor to give my speeches for me. Now he's written a book called If You're Not Depressed, You Ought to Be in Therapy. So it's a kind of a comedy because it's 99 limericks, but it's prose, and it addresses all of these issues. And that's where my heart is, in the issues. But I came here today after quitting about 5 years ago because of Stephen Greer. I think he is a world champion. What he has put together over the years gets to this point where we have a choice that can be made is astonishing. He's courageous. He's discredited. He's challenged. He's got all kinds of things that go against what he's doing, including, I hope we get our link to the Russian connection. They were shut down from YouTube just a few days ago, and they got back up. We've all had our challenges to get this issue out. So I really honor the people who are listening today and who are really paying attention to what Stephen Greer has put together, because this is going to be a fact-based presentation, not only today, but in the film that he's producing, in the courses that he's getting ready to teach, in the writings that all of us are going to be doing as we're all aging, and this travel thing has been very difficult during COVID and all the excuses that we have to be playing in the masquerade. We have a chance now to remove that mask. That's what the lies are. When I met Wernher von Braun in 1974, this is who's known as the father of rocketry in this country. He escaped from Germany from Peenemünde. He was also discredited. He worked with prisoners, never worked with prisoners. There are all kinds of things that happened to the German scientists who really were good people. They were rocket scientists, space cadets. They just wanted to go into space. And in Germany, they could only work with technical people, but it was all being geared to the war machine. So they get out of Germany. Some go to Russia, some come here. I was very lucky. I didn't know it. I was teaching 6th grade. I thought I was going on planning a field trip for my students when I met von Braun. And a few hours later, after he explained to me that he was dying of cancer and that he thought it would be funny if a woman in a miniskirt would come in and start talking about space-based weapons and why they shouldn't happen and why we needed to put a lid on the war machine before it escalated into space, because if it does, we can't picket, we can't protest. This would be a disaster. Imagine, as President Putin says, having nukes hanging over your head and weapons of all kinds. Of course, we're not supposed to know that we could be friends with Russia. And von Braun said, you need to go to Russia, you need to go to China. I did, because we need to be friends. We can't keep identifying one enemy after another, that leapfrog game that we do. They may have weapons, so we have to have weapons. Well, ours have to be better, but they're going to have to think that ours are better, so we better be better than the ones they think we have. This goes on and on. This is ridiculous. It's a child's game. and all of our lives are at stake from any one of a number of what Dr. Guy McPherson, abrupt climate scientist expert who has 61 feedback loops, Guy McPherson, that he says could wipe us out in a minute, in an instant. 61. I had a little radio show until I quit 5 years ago from American Freedom Radio, donated to me. And I interviewed him once and then again and then again. And oh my God, this is for real. He said to me just 2 nights ago, tell everybody to look at the methane map on the planet. When's the last time you heard people talking about methane? We see it from space. We need these satellites. But guess what? They're putting thousands and thousands of satellites up. And are they doing it with consciousness? Maybe for the PR campaigns. No. I called Elon Musk's office. I talked to the president of his company, then I talked to his lawyer. It was a lot of fun. He actually had a great sense of humor. And he said, oh, he's not going to talk about peace in space, peaceful uses of space technology. No. He has a few children to deal with and a divorce, and now he's going to have companies, many companies, and where his contract's going to come from. So a lot of people who are good people, but they count on the contracts. And Wernher von Braun taught me all of this. And he was dying of cancer. And he said, if you don't get a ban on space-based weapons, the pivot can't take place to peace. You cannot have peace on the planet if you have weapons hanging over your heads, aiming down at us and up. What are they going to aim it up for? Are they really going to shut off our communication? That I know some of the people listening today, you have had experiences perhaps with real contact, they call it, with ETs coming in and having a conversation with you. I've never gone public with this before, especially in an audience like this, other than a little handful of people maybe, that I have been in contact. I have had extraterrestrial beings walk through my wall. And as my husband, the actor, retired, says, make sure they know it's not Spielberg. So it's real. Now, are we taken seriously when we say that? No. And because I work from the military industrial complex view, that's what I came out of. So I became a corporate manager, thanks to von Braun, of an aerospace defense company. When he died 4 years later, 3.5 years later, I became a consultant, a military consultant. Excuse me, I'm allergic to the planet. And I think right now, I have to get a grip on the fact that when I came out of the aerospace defense industry, I realized that there's an accelerated movement going on to weaponize space. Space is already militarized. So if you're talking about stopping the militarization of space, it's too late, guess what? But in space, the military is different. So we have a way to communicate with the military. And I know it works if you say we're opposed to the weaponization, because most of the people I've met in the military are too, most. There's always the handful, as my husband says, that likes blood and guts. They watch those movies. But no, we don't want to protest the military because it's not going to work. They're well funded, they're huge, they're really, really nice. I've gone to some military balls. I like those people. I love a lot of the military friends of mine. I'm an honorary Marine from Commandant Al Gray for work I did with General Joe Hoare, who took Schwarzkopf's place. I was a consultant and got to go into a meeting where I was the civilian who said, how many of you have been to the countries that you're studying? 500 people, 3 people raised their hands. Well, where do you learn about the country that you're going to be in as military reps? Books, movies, lectures. Oh, that's nice. So I want to encourage people listening to go to the countries, go. I've been to Russia over 35 times, China. I've traveled. You meet people from all over the world in these meetings. They're not the enemy at all. I'd like to also encourage you to go to a website, peaceinspace.com, peaceinspace.com. On it, you will see a lot of Russians, you know, the enemy. Well, they're not. And so I've gotten to go to very high levels in Russia. I'm very close friends now with Vladimir Ermakov. You'll see him on the website. He's the head of disarmament and arms control. You're going to see a little video clip. This is an amazing clip that you're going to see today from General Leonid Ivashov. General Ivashov sits down in a chair, you're going to see him, not in uniform, retired, saying, there are extraterrestrial beings here and there is no threat. Is this not our major issue here? So Dr. Greer is bringing out the threat that doesn't exist. He's bringing out the treaty that I'm going to tell you a little bit about, the treaty to prevent the placement of weapons in outer space. And guess who initiated it? The Russians and Chinese. Yeah, the enemy. So we're not supposed to know about the goodness over there. You're going to see a whole lot of these. Just scan the news section, and there are a lot of pictures with people from Russia, high level, saying the same thing. We've got to get a binding world treaty. It's verifiable because we're only cooperating in space right now. It's enforceable based on the cooperation. Get the treaty, support it, do what you can, educate people about this treaty. It's posted on that peaceinspace.com website. And let's get that treaty signed. But I mean fast, because the accelerated process is not just basing weapons in space, it's the extinction process. And I know a lot of people want to deny or not know about the extinction process and the 61 feedback loops, but guess what? It's serious. And I followed Guy McPherson for 30 some years. This research is mind-boggling. And I don't want to come from fear on it. What I want to come from is solutions. Because imagine when we do this breakthrough that Stephen Greer is talking about. So he's talking about the threat that doesn't exist, the treaty that can be signed right now. It's written, there's no compromise on it. It's been approved. We have over 100 countries, close to 125 countries who have agreed to not be the first to place weapons in space on celestial bodies or crafts. This is very important because you're going to hear, oh, there are already weapons in space. Yeah, right? Yeah, electronics. You can use beams, you can use a grain of sand, anything could be a weapon, but we can actually ban space-based weapons on celestial bodies and crafts. And when you read the treaty, you must read the treaty. Some of it's legalese, you'll hear it, but the story is there. And guess what? It's the first document that acknowledges indigenous cultures and cosmos cultures. I mean, wow. You'll see. Now, they can't obviously sign a treaty, indigenous cultures and cosmos cultures, but they're acknowledged in this. And this has been approved by international experts, this treaty. So it doesn't need to be compromised or rewritten. We don't have time for it because the other part of the acceleration is not just about this process to put weapons in space, but the extinction process. Now, I don't think anybody listening to this or listening to the film that's going to be coming out or watching it is going to be uneducated about the problems on the planet. But we need to reach the people who don't know. And if you can't get to them, move on and find the ones who can. So you don't have to write your book on why it's, you have to be in therapy if you're not depressed. The fact of the matter is you have a chance right now to educate people. So what I did was, encouraged by Von Braun, I went to Russia. During the time of Andropov, President Andropov in the 83s, Andropov gave me a statement. First of all, I got off the plane and tourists stopped me because women alone from America had never gotten off a plane in Russia. What are you doing here? I said, well, I came to meet with President Andropov and I have this list that I got out of a newspaper of names of Russians. And they said, well, that's not possible. But they took me to a hotel. I got in a taxi cabs, which were just the people driving them at that time. This is a time when you still had brown water in the hotels. I mean, they're still getting out of all the horrible war machines that they had gone through. So someone brought me a statement by Andropov. By the time I finished talking with people like Roald Segdeev came to see me because I sound like I'm interested in outer space, and he was the head of the Space Research Institute. Yevgeny Velikov came, he was the head of the nuclear program. I met with teams of experts and I said, why do you want to be a communist? Then I found out only 1% of Russians were communists. So I was completely wrong with my education about Russia, completely wrong, so many ways. And they took me out to eat and I said, is this organic? Is this no GMOs? And they said, we have no GMOs in Russia. We're not supposed to know that. Well, do you want world peace? Do you want no weapons in space? Now you're going to look at the peaceandspace.com website and you're going to see many people, but that's only a tiny portion. Because after I started coming back and commuting back and forth to figure out what to do, how can we now educate people about Russia, China, the same thing? And I addressed a lot of audiences. And I never had anybody say to me, we want weapons in space. They did say, but America does. And the allies who need to communicate and stay friends because they want extended business and trade, a seat in NATO, financial assistance, or technology transfer. So they have to be allies. They can't be friends around the world with that viewpoint, or they have a belief system or a perspective or interpretation of what they're hearing. And so they think America is a big enemy. Well, I live here. I'm a flag-waving American. I'm an honorary Marine. I'm the head of now the president of the Peace and Emergency Action Coalition for Earth, who was just given to me to be president of by Commander retired Scott Jones, who used to work for Senator Pell, who was the one who invited me to testify before the Senate Armed Services Committee, a woman at that time. And also, I'm also the founder of the Institute for Security and Cooperation in Outer Space. I had a 3-story building in Washington. I was testifying before the House and Senate and the President's Commission on Space on this issue. But I didn't communicate with the UFO community at that time, basically because I thought most of them were whacked out of their skulls. I mean, the stories that were coming out, and I couldn't present those stories to the Congress or to my corporate friends. Or as a military strategist that I became, I was the first woman, this woman thing got me into a lot of doors actually, to address the Space Command when they were forming. The Army, Navy, Air Force, and Marines were coming together to form the Space Command. And there I was in Cheyenne Mountain going into the tunnels. Whoa, and there's a war room. I mean, it's like in the movies. But they were really cool. I took my husband, the actor, because I knew he could get into more places than I could in for a visit. We have a picture when John, my, I thought was very sophisticated husband, got on his knees in the middle of this room and said, so tell me, are there weapons? Are there ETs in space? And they took a picture of him. I have that picture. In the Space Command, as we're going on the tour of Cheyenne Mountain, Colorado Springs, there's my husband on his knee. Oh my God. Well, anyway, this is a chance now we have to use our dramatic forces, our communication skills, use the satellites, use television, use the media, and get what you're going to learn from this event here out to the world, with the emphasis that Dr. Greer is bringing to us, that there is a treaty that can ban all space-based weapons. And I say all because if you start talking about the different weapons that we all know about that we want to ban, it gets confusing and they won't, it's distraction. We want something simple to get done now. That's what this treaty that you're going to read will tell you about. And we know a lot of alternative technology. Stephen's a master of this. Alternative energy, how does this come out of this program of reverse engineered? You'll hear about that today too. These are technologies that are available. You're gonna see drawings of it. You're gonna hear different perspectives of it, but the perspectives that are going out right now are perspectives, interpretations, belief systems. They're biblical. I mean, do I need to go into that one for you? I hope not, because we have to create our own narrative now. We have a narrative that's going to come out of this event and what you're going to hear from Dr. Greer in the future and his witnesses. We have a story to tell. It's a new story. We need a new story, a new narrative, but that's based on facts. As Stephen said to me, we want facts. We don't want fiction. We don't want rhetoric anymore. We all know I'm giving you a lot of rhetoric too, but it's an introduction to this issue from my experience. It's direct. I don't know anyone. The Russians were saying to me before I came here, but you're the only one that ever mentions the treaty. I don't think that's going to happen here. I hope not. I hope you all go back with that one thing we can get done. Get that treaty signed, read it. Read just the headlines, if, by the way, you don't want to go through all the articles that are on that website. There aren't that many. But I wrote the headlines so that they used as talking points. And you know what that did? Just this. We got over 100 countries committed to not being the first to place weapons in space. This is huge. I mean, I'm a 6th grade school teacher. You know, get over it. If you think you can't do something, you can. So find out what that is, follow your guidance, get into what Greer teaches you about meditations, about reaching into a higher consciousness. I'm meeting hundreds of people in Russia. One of the people you're going to see on a little video clip is Professor Alexander Semenov. I love this guy. He has had 2 meetings a year for 50 years in Russia, where he brings in hundreds of experts from every field. And I met so many of them, and they all have this space bent. So you're going to see another lady, Valentina, on this little video. And she is a lady that's a psychoanalyst. She's also the head of she's the director of the Transformation Consciousness Center. Really?
Before we go to those, could you just share couple things?
Oh, please.
What did Werner von Braun tell you, which you didn't say? And what did you see when you went to Russia to see Andropov in the underground? And what did you see in the defense long-term strategy?
Stay right here so you can guide me here, because I have all these stories. Okay.
Yeah. So those are 3 key things I'd like you to share before we break to the videos.
Okay, first, stay here. Werner von Braun told me that there was going to be a faked alien invasion. This is really so important. This is why we're here. And he knew. He was in on the meetings. There was no question about it. And that was my first assignment. Let people know that there will be a faked alien invasion. And it's going to be huge. The technology exists to produce it. It's going to be even more. Now, that was back in 74 to 77. Now we can actually see it. Oh, I wanted to tell you this about Andropov too, because he then sent me to Russia. President Andropov, in his time, had a whole slew of videos, and I was taken downstairs into a building. I called it the dungeon because it was so dark, and into a little theater where I saw so many videos. I mean, over an hour's worth of videos of UFO craft. And I was so young and naive at that time that I didn't know what to do with that information. When I got back to the States and tried to tell them in the States, I went to the New York Times office in New York, and I said, could you go to Russia? They would love to get media over here to see all this stuff, and nobody would go to Russia. So it didn't get out. And what was the third thing?
Well, I think it's really important to share what you saw while you were a corporate consultant on this plan. This is a part of which a 4-star general.
Yes.
Wesley Clark.
General Wesley Clark. I thank you. I saw on TV. He was on Democracy Now! Where I saw him. General Wesley Clark was talking about something that he saw when he went into a defense office, that were 7 countries against whom we were going to have a war. 7, now you know them, we've already had them. Iraq, Iran, Libya, Lebanon, Syria, Sudan. There were 7 of them, but I called him from Moscow the last time I was there, which was in 2019. I had his phone number. One of his friends had given me his home phone number, and Wesley Clark answered the phone. And I said, I'm Carol Rosen, and I'm Werner von Braun's former spokesperson. And now I'm here in Russia giving speeches at the Association Ecology of the Unknown, which is Alex Semenov founded that, and also working with General Ivashov, who founded the Academy of Geopolitical Problems. And he said, oh, what do you want? And I said, well, I want a comment from you. I want to have a conversation because you presented this list of 7 countries, but I have a whole long list that made me quit my job at Fairchild Industries because they were on the wall of the countries against whom we're going to build space-based weapons. A whole list of them, longer, twice as long as his. One of the countries was Yemen. If you're looking at Yemen right now and the starving, suffering, sick children, how long has that been going on? Well, that was on the list. That's the one that made me quit my cushy corporate job and give up my Thunderbird car and all the things that go in the perks of an aerospace defense job. I quit in that very room. And I stood up in the room and said, what is this list? And they said, well, this we're preparing, and this is the theme. The theme of the defense industry, we have to prepare for war, prepare to fight and win. If you haven't seen the Vision 2020, I have it on my website. It's been taken down, but it's from years ago. It's the Air Force viewpoint for lay people, and almost every page says domination and control. The United States has to dominate and control. We have access to space. We give permission if you want to go into space. One of the reasons the allies need to be in cahoots here. Well, now we have this list that has actually occurred. If you go back, and I've had many people say, oh, Carol Rosin, she was right. Well, I don't want to be right. What I want is for somebody to wake up. And I have one last thing about this to say. After that list that I realize now has all happened, all these wars have happened. Now we know what's going to happen in space with the faked alien invasion. We know that we have technologies that can solve enormous problems, which Stephen and the speakers know about that they'll tell you. But are we just going to know it? I think back to a show that John did on Broadway, my husband, 1776, where he played Thomas Jefferson. And I remember one of the themes of it was, does anybody care? Does anybody see what I see? Does anybody hear? Does anybody see? Does anybody care? Does anybody see what I see? That's why you're here. That's why you're listening. You've got to pay attention to this. You've got to look at that website. On the introduction, one more thing about that. The introduction of that website, if you read it down to the bottom, there's a link to the organization, Association Ecology of the Unknown, which I'm honored to be representing here from Moscow. Imagine me on a board in Moscow. This organization has this website up that has launched 700 videos. That's why YouTube shut them down recently, but they got back on. Not all UFO ET. There are a lot of speakers like us, speakers from the Zeagles readings that Professor Alexander Semenov puts together, and some of the video clips that we've collected here. We won't have time to show them all. The ones we can't show, I will post on Peace and Space, but they're also on the website link that's at the bottom of the introduction of that website.
Соединенные Штаты Америки запускают сейчас, казалось бы, фантастическую программу. Казалось бы, что это некая иллюзия, фантастика, не имеющая реального отношения к безопасности нашей планеты и всего человечества. Но я полагаю, исходя из своего военного опыта, жизненного опыта, и исходя из реализации программы «Звездных войн», которую проводили Соединенные Штаты, я вижу, что здесь что эта борьба с инопланетянами и летающими тарелками – это всего лишь легенда прикрытия. На самом деле запускается огромная программа особого доступа, которую даже президентам и Конгрессу не имеют права докладывать. Это программа опасного вторжения в космическую среду. Более 30 программ особого доступа запускаются и финансируются Соединенными Штатами для вторжения в космос. Почему я полагаю, что это угроза, может быть, сегодня самая важная, самая главная угроза жизни человечества? Потому что Во-первых, космос – это живая среда, это не некие мертвые пустоты, о которых принято говорить. Но существуют в космосе другие полевые формы жизни, и это доказано и российскими, и иностранными мыслителями, в том числе академиком Вернадским, академиком Казначеевым, Козыревым и другими. Вот. И мы, живущие на планете Земля, являемся частью этой большой живой системы Вселенной. И поэтому любое вторжение в космос, тем более с целью размещения, испытания и применения новых видов оружия массового уничтожения, значительно превосходящие по своей, так сказать, убийственной эффективности ядерное оружие, несет человечеству угрозу уничтожения вообще жизни на планете Земля. Поэтому сегодня нужно космосом заниматься серьезно всему человечеству, всей элите. И тем более не выводить оружие в космос, не создавать оружие, которое было создано в результате реализации программы «Звездных войн», а это оружие климатическое, это оружие информационно-психологическое, когда через космос поражают миллиарды людей, меняют сознание людей. Это оружие, которое способно выключать все программы жизнедеятельности. Так вот, сегодня американцы пытаются создать еще более убийственное оружие и из космоса влиять на все процессы на планете Земля. Это и литосферное оружие, это и всякого рода инфекции, вирусы и так далее и тому подобное. Поэтому мы сегодня, все земляне, должны категорически выступить против, проводить совместные международные исследования, а не закрываться в рамках программ особого доступа, чтобы космос сделать средой нашего обитания безопасным, безопасным, энергию космоса использовать во благо всех людей планеты и всей природы, живой природы Земли. Поэтому нужно поднимать этот голос в защиту безопасности космоса и понимать, что любое вторжение в космическое пространство – это подобно вторжению в систему наших ген человека. Обязательно любое вторжение со злыми намерениями в космос, оно скажется на ситуации планете Земля, на здоровье и выживании человечества, на сохранении жизни всех живых организмов планеты Земля. И при этом нужно учесть, что ни американское государство, ни президент и ни Конгресс осуществляют эти тайные программы, а именно люди, которые находятся в тени. То, что Дональд Трамп, президент Трамп, называл глубинным государством. Это люди, несущие зло человечеству, люди, выступающие за уничтожение более 6 миллиардов населения планеты. И при этом нужно иметь еще в виду, наверняка инопланетяне в той или иной форме и в том или ином образе присутствуют на планете Земля, потому что из миллиардов галактик, по теории даже вероятности, не может организованная разумная жизнь существовать только на планете Земля. Но пока инопланетяне своим присутствием не нанесли никакого ущерба землянам, инфраструктуре и вообще живым организмам на Земле. Поэтому говорить о том, что есть инопланетная угроза, ну, это, наверное, не соответствует реальности. Вот. И если иные инопланетные цивилизации имеют контакты с Землей, то они более нас развиты и образованы, и они понимают, что в любой живой системе, тем более в системе Вселенной, в системе инопланетных цивилизаций, нельзя наносить ущерб другому элементу этой жизни, вот, не разрушая эту систему в целом. Поэтому, пожалуйста, ученые России, да я полагаю всего мира, готовы обсуждать вот проблему инопланетного присутствия иных внеземных цивилизаций. Но сразу закрывать, делать эти программы таинственными и доверять людям, которые не стремятся обеспечить нормальную жизнь и безопасность всей жизни на планете, безусловно, нельзя.
The reason this is so significant is that to have a man of that stature to go on the record, this is very recent, that he came out and made this statement, because he knows that we're pivoting very quickly from this unacknowledged special access group that's a transnational clandestine operation and organization to move us into this last card that Werner von Braun spoke to Carol.
He called it the last card because he said this is all a giant game and it's a dangerous game. And I think everyone listening today knows that.
So are we ready for the next one? So this next Russian speaker, maybe later today, if we can get Timothy online, we'll pivot back to him, but we'll just roll with these. People can be flexible. What happens with live things out of Russia to here?
This is Professor Alexander Simonov. All of these people are also scientists, economic experts. They're all experts from the ecology of the unknown.
Элементарное. Просто мы, не зная еще каких-то физических глубинных законов, которые они освоили, там перемещаются по этим законам, там исчезают из видимости в невидимость там, и так далее. Мы не знаем еще этих полей, мы не знаем этих вибраций, мы не знаем частот, спектров, мы этого просто не знаем. И поэтому ведем себя вот неправильно, когда, допустим, приближаемся к НЛО, или когда какой-нибудь самолет догоняет там НЛО. Ну, это не является актом агрессии. Еще проще. Над американской базой завис НЛО. Это что, агрессия? Где здесь немирные, враждебные какие-то действия? Это просто любопытство, это контроль. И, кстати говоря, контроль в ряде случаев очень эффективный и, слава богу, правильный. Итак, я призываю всех людей доброй воли, которые хотят просто жить на этой планете, присоединить свой голос к требованию от правительства заключить такие договора, которые бы не позволяли выводить в космос никакое оружие. Раз. И во-вторых, понимать, что вот в июне месяце, может быть, начаться разыгрывание вот этой вот последней так называемой карты, которая может привести к гибели или к страданиям подавляющего большинства людей. Мы не должны этого допустить. Мы не должны рассматривать представителей иных миров, цивилизаций, как враждебных. Мы должны сами измениться. К этому нас призывали все религии, к этому нас призывали выдающиеся наши соотечественники, Вернадский, Флоренский, Чижевский, Казначеев, Циолковский и многие другие мыслители не только в России, но и за ее пределами. Будем жить. Спасибо.
Now, this is a man that we had trouble even getting on, another general.
Very important, yeah.
Yeah. He did commit to doing this. This was a speech I think he gave in 2016.
Под Харьковом
In America, no.
был арсенал боеприпасов и ракет, где содержалось ядерные боеприпасы. В феврале 1979 года прилетел летающий ТР. Часовой, который стоял на вышке, попал в ступор, но успел нажать сигнал. Приехала пожарная команда, которая тоже не дошла до зоны, где остановилась летающая тарелка. Как описывали эти люди, все было зарегистрировано, зафиксировано, зарисовано. Значит, из НЛО вышли 3 представителя ростом 3,2, 3,5 метра в белых костюмах, с чемоданчиком прошли к хранилищу, где размещались ядерные заряды. Чем было вызвано? Температура на одном ядерном заряде была на 2-3 градуса выше, чем положено. А вы знаете, стабильность ядерного заряда – это главное, безопасность и все остальное. Через час они улетели, все зашевелились, ступор прошел, начали фотографировать. Так след одного из этих представителей был длиной 57 сантиметров. Теперь понимаете, это не просто рост, да, это и такая основная как бы характеристика этих дел, да. Арсенал Каргат, Новосибирская область. Вот этот волосатый представитель потустороннего мира заходит в караульное помещение, смена караульная, вся замирает, наливает себе воды из бачка, выпил и ушел. Все к окну смотрели, он повернулся, помахал и тут же пропал. Вот мы всегда говорим, откуда они берутся. Ну, я думаю, что скоро мы поймем, что есть понятие свернутого времени, параллельные миры и все остальное. Но надо думать, что приписывать обезьяне те возможности, которым он обладает, а в принципе после этого события мы стали рассчитывать на то, что они обладают телепатией, психофизическим воздействием и управлением сознанием. Конечно, никакая обезьяна этим не обладает.
This has been going on since 1945, and you'll hear Paula Harris talk about this as well in a case that is more significant than Roswell from 1945. So this is a theme, a motif that runs over the last 75 plus years since the dawn of the atomic and nuclear age. And that is, these civilizations are very concerned because when we went to that level of technology, we ended up not only damaging the Earth and our species and all species on Earth with radiation and plutonium that causes cancers and mutations and what have you, but also it tears through the fabric of space-time transdimensionally and may in fact be doing greater damage in those worlds. This is a key point everyone listening must understand. That is why we humans, since the mid-40s, are viewed as a huge problem in the cosmos, and why Eisenhower was approached by a group of extraterrestrials saying, please stop this process, make peace, and join an interplanetary family and live in peace on this planet, because it was not only about the survival of the human species, it's also that when we do these things, we don't realize in quantum physics, in the entangled universe, the degree to which what Einstein called the spooky effect, where the same particle could be in two places at once, et cetera, and so on, that the cosmos isn't this straight line linear existence. It's a quantum conscious hologram woven together. And when we do something of a critical mass of, say, Hiroshima or what have you, and the things we have now, these weapons now that he's referring to are orders of magnitude more destructive than ones we dropped on Nagasaki and Hiroshima. It actually creates damage, not just on Earth, but throughout the cosmos. And now you're understanding why the ETs are here. One of the reasons they're here is that they're very concerned about what we do to this beautiful world by a small group of sociopaths and warmongers, but what it's doing to their worlds. So we have to understand that.
And
So-
this is why these
the
people
next-
are coming forward. But
Oh, is he on?
now,
Is Timothy on?
this is Timofey. Timofey is the trainer of cosmonauts and astronauts from all over the world. They go to him to be trained to go into space. He's amazing. He's also a musician. He's got little children. He lives in a dome house community. And he is going to tell us now, he's going to give a 45 minutes. I don't know what he's going to say. No?
Unfortunately, we're at the point now where we have to take a break at 2:50. So Timothy, I'm sorry, but we kind of had to extend things since we couldn't get you in. So we have about 33 minutes.
You can do it.
If you can sort of go through things, the really critical things, and I really appreciate that. I'm sorry we've had these technical difficulties, but so we have about 33 minutes.
We blame it on the Russians. We blame everything on the
Okay.
Russians. But it's okay, Timothy.
So
Go ahead.
thank you, Timothy, and it's very good to see you here. And
So
I really welcome your involvement, and this is a very courageous guy that I've gotten to know through Zoom in the last few months, and the work he's doing is really important for the world, and I want to thank you. So go ahead, Timothy. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Greer. Hello, everyone who's watching us. Hello, Dr. Greer and all people in the house. My name is Timofey Yegorov. I am the trainer of cosmonauts at the Gagarin Cosmonauts Training Center, Star City, Russia. Also, I am the general director of the Association Ecology of the Unknown, which is a non-governmental organization, the largest one and the most recognized official organization in Russia, dealing with the unknown phenomena of nature, cosmos, and human abilities. UFOs and that number, of course. Now I'm going to briefly tell you about the association so you can understand where it all comes from. The Association Ecology of the Unknown was established to unite efforts and coordinate actions of individuals and legal entities that conduct scientific research, contributing to the evolution of mankind in the field of studying of the unknown phenomena of nature, cosmos, and human abilities, in order to further take them into account and deploy them in practical work, including in preparation to the adoption of important state and international decisions. So that's what we need to understand. Now I'm going to present and talk about a few cases that our experts were dealing with, the most famous UFO sightings in Russia. And please know that we have a lot of people that we're working with, among them military men, PhD candidates, a lot of different experts in different fields. And we have some connections in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Russian Federation and other significant organizations in Russia whose employees are also part of our team. So today I'm speaking on behalf of all these people. And now I'm going to present you something. So will you please show the picture on case 1. Okay, so can you see it, the hole? Oh yes, now I can see it. This is the Petrozavodsk phenomenon. It was 1977. A large, bright, jellyfish-like object appeared in the sky of Petrozavodsk, Russia, in Karelia. It was also simultaneously seen in a number of other cities of Russia and Finland. The phenomenon was observed by a large number of eyewitnesses. Some made sketches, some saw it through a telescope, some took pictures of it. The object burned holes in the windows of the houses of Petrozavodsk with the jets coming out of it. As you can see, the jets are coming out of it. But not a single living being was harmed. So this is another picture. And now please show the burned holes in the windows. Yes. Next one. Next one. Next one. As you see, the holes are burned through. The glass didn't fall apart. Next one. Next. These are some articles from Russian newspapers back in the day in 1977. Reports about the phenomenon with pictures were published both in the local and in central press, which gave the Soviet public a reason to study the unexplained phenomena. Even Brezhnev was also read into this. Initially, the phenomenon was explained as a natural phenomenon, but later they begin to tell that it appeared as the result of the launch of a satellite and an unsuccessful launch of a ballistic missile conducted nearby at about the same time. But one of our experts, General Sitnov, the video of which you have been just watching before I connected, who was later the armaments chief of the USSR and was officially in charge of collecting the UFO data, told us that he received reports that the object was 300 meters in diameter and was moving like this from north to south of Russia. As you know, Russia is a big country, in no time. And they saw the object on radars. So that's definitely not something of this world. Okay, let's go to case number 2. The January 29, 1986, near the village of Dalnegorsk in Russia, a UFO was observed in the form of a bright, self-luminous ball. It crashed in the mountains. So this is a sketch of what eyewitnesses saw. There's no actual photo of this event, but at the crash site, some objects were retrieved. Here they are. Let me talk about them a little bit. The objects were examined in the laboratory by chemists and other experts. Instances of iron balls had a very high degree of hardness. They could not be cut with steel tools, and they could only be cut with a diamond. According to experts, the composition of the balls included almost the entire periodic table. And here at the right, you can see a little mesh. This is a very curious mesh. In one of the samples of the mesh, they found fragments of the thinnest 17 microns threads, which in turn consisted of even thinner fibers twisted into bundles. Those appeared to be very thin golden wires. Experts conclude that such a technology is impossible even at the current level of technology development. And what is interesting about this, they've put a monument like this, and many people came to this place to visit and to examine it as well. Okay, let's go to case number 3. This is a table which is put there. It said that on January 29, 1986, a UFO crashed here. Dvuzhilny Valery Viktorovich, an eminent Russian ufologist, was the first to examine the crash site. That's what is written here in Russian. The case number 3 was a landing of a flying saucer, and there were 3 boys playing at the place, which were separately debriefed, and their testimonies matched. So that's the drawings that an artist draw according to their testimonies. This is the object that they saw. These are 3 extraterrestrials that came out of the vehicle and communicated with them. Again, no one was harmed, but after that event, Voronezh, the city where it took place, became very famous, and there were people from different countries which even made some documentaries on this event. Okay, let's go to case number 4. Here's the boy, the witness. Okay, another photo. Okay, this is the landing site. Here's a video that took our Russian cosmonaut Ivan Wagner in 2020. He was filming Northern Lights over Antarctica. So watch somewhere in the middle of the screen. To the left, you will see 5 objects in a row. Saw this? Okay, and there will be another piece. Let's watch on. This is the Northern Lights. It's a zoom in. You see one object flying, and at the top of the screen, and in the middle you'll see 5 objects. They're going in a row. And there will be 2 more. This is again the same, and there will be 2 more right here. Following those 5, 2 more, and 1 more. So he reported this to the chief of Roscosmos, but no comments followed still. Okay, after we have briefly viewed this 4 cases of, as Dr. Greer uses to say, evidence, I'd like you to watch, to take one step higher and watch the video of one of our best expert. He's the president of the Association Ecology of the Unknown. And he will talk about what we can do with this evidence depending on our level of morality and ethics. It depends on you. Let's view the video. Let's watch it.
Hello, my friends. Please excuse me, but to save time, I will read the text. Every word in it has its meaning. I am Alexander Semyonov, president of the Association Ecology of the Unknown, which has been operating for more than 30 years. I am also a professor and a presidium member of the Academy of Geopolitical Problems. For 45 years, I have been in the field of studying of the so-called anomalous phenomena, including the UFO phenomenon. I personally know almost all scientists and specialists and researchers who created the foundations of Russian ufology and have made their contribution to the ufology worldwide. For about 15 years, while working in the group of the Soviet pioneer of ufology, Felix Yurievich Ziegel, I, just like the most researchers, believed that the more observational data about UFOs is there, and the more reliable the witnesses of their appearance are, the sooner the state authorities will stop covering up and classifying information about them. The faster the full-scale scientific study of the phenomenon will begin, and the media will stop relegating its study to the level of simple curiosity. And that's when we will finally know the nature of the UFO phenomenon, probably related to its extraterrestrial origin. I, as well as numerous Russian and foreign researchers, hoped that the official scientific recognition of UFOs will encourage the advancement of humanity into the universe, will facilitate contact with the brothers in consciousness, as well as it will expand our knowledge of the world. But that didn't happen. Moreover, the official scientific world resolutely distanced itself from the consideration of the problem, marking it as pseudo-scientific. State structures have taken a vow of silence, and the media continued to cover the problem in a superficial, vulgar way. And this is despite the fact that over decades, hundreds of serious informal associations in many countries of the world gathered a raise of thousands, hundreds of thousands of cases of UFO sightings. In addition, they periodically began to feed the public with declassified, though smeared, archives of UFO sightings, the collection of which has long been conducted in a closed mode by some government agencies in a number of countries. However, the methods of mathematical statistics, correlative and regression analyses more than 30 years ago allowed to identify several features of the UFO phenomenon that objectively talk about a set of properties inherent only to it, the same for different regions of the world. However, based on all the accumulated archives and investigations conducted, it is still impossible to say anything unambiguously certain about the nature of UFOs in scientific terms, except for one thing: the phenomenon objectively exists. The question is not about the reality of the existence and presence of the UFO phenomenon on Earth. It's about how we, humanity, should respond to it correctly. UFOs are associated with the activities of extraterrestrial civilizations. This is the most obvious version. Clarifying considerations is not so important right now. Whether UFOs are messengers from other planets or from other space-time dimensions, other worlds, frequencies, it doesn't matter. It seems that it would be more correct now to refer to them as the otherworlders. From the UFO archives, it follows that there are several otherworld civilizations. The description of the type and properties of their representatives has essentially a literary tone to it. But it is important that these descriptions, based on the so-called contact stories, have one thing in common. Among the otherworlders, there is no one who would relate to us in a hostile or aggressive manner. There are descriptions of an indifferent attitude to people. There is neutral, there is good attitude, but there is no hostile or aggressive one. And for all the time of communication with the otherworlders, of the most different contactees, there were no cases of presentation to Earth civilization of any ultimatum requirements, terms. Not a single bit of hostility or aggressiveness was shown by the otherworlders. There is also no recorded case of intentional, purposeful infliction of harm to people by otherworlders. Cases of UFO impact on the equipment took place most often as a response to the actions of people. In 1977, the 33rd UN General Assembly considered a QFON memorandum on these impacts. But in the future, with an objective study of such cases, it became clear that the injured witnesses, often military, unknowingly found themselves in the zones of action of force and other fields inherent in UFOs and unwittingly violated the unknown to Earthlings safety rules for contacts with UFOs. UFOs have not provoked a single military conflict. Their presence near military or secret facilities has the nature of supervision, but does not indicate in any way that their intentions are dangerous for personnel and equipment. There were cases when namely the presence of UFOs in the areas of basing of strategic strike systems zeroed out the probability of combat launches of nuclear missiles. We should also not forget that any peculiarities of the behavior of other subjects, for example animals, we humans perceive only through the prism of our own established views, beliefs and inclinations, including those of aggressiveness, hostility, evil, good, fear, etc. There is no reason to believe that UFOs and representatives of extraterrestrial civilizations are hostile or aggressive in relation to the Earthlings. Manifestations of the UFO phenomenon are exclusively peaceful in nature. So here we are. The UFO phenomenon that was not taken seriously for 70 years, that has not become an important subject of study of the world science, the phenomenon which they abused for filming thrillers about bad aliens, now turned out to be in demand, moreover, at the official level of US Congress. It can be employed when playing, according to the expression of Werner von Braun, of the last card, that is, for implementation of the fourth stage of coming to the New World Order. According to the major spending bill signed by the President of the United States on December 27, 2020, the Minister of Defense and the Director of National Intelligence have to report until June 2021 to the Committees of Congress on Intelligence and Armed Forces what their agencies know about UFOs. The Pentagon must provide a report on unidentified aerial objects and phenomena, which should contain a detailed analysis of UFO data collected by the Department of Navy Intelligence, by the Task Force on Unidentified Aerial Phenomena, and the FBI. The Pentagon must identify any potential threats to national security emanating from UFOs and assess whether China or Russia could be behind such activities. The report must be public, but it may contain secret data. Such formulation of the President's instructions makes the following steps possible. US military and intelligence services confirm the presence of a whole spectrum of identified potential threats from UFOs. After all, for many decades, taxpayers' money from the US budget was spent to finance the ongoing, unacknowledged special access projects. World mass media starts a massive brainwashing of the population of the planet. A simulation of an alien invasion takes place. UFOs are declared enemies of humanity. US military-industrial complex receives contracts for the development and production of new weapon systems to compensate for UFO threats. Allies countries join the US defense program, providing their financial, technical, military, territorial resources, raw materials, political and other resources. Russia, China and other non-aligned countries are declared traitors to humanity. Against them, strict political, economic, informational, military space and other sanctions are introduced. A global operational headquarters is created for the reflection of UFO threats. A sole commander of the planet is elected. The role of the UN is being reviewed and virtually reset. The authority is exercised by the managers of the deep state. For serving the elite, a moderately well-fed computer concentration camp is created out of the population. The launch of weapon systems into space begins. Activities of the most nations of the planet are controlled under the threat of the use of weapons from outer space. The probability of a global military conflict reaches its limit. What does the UFO phenomenon have to do with all this? Absolutely nothing. They just needed a convenient excuse. And now, the most important thing. In the Soviet Union, there has been started, and then continued and modernized, the methodology for making contact with representatives of, let's say, supreme intelligent powers of the cosmos. The task was set to achieve bilateral, meaningful communication with them. The goal was not to get some momentary situational hints or new technologies, but to gain knowledge of the cornerstones, fundamental laws of the universe, about the main principles on which the cosmos is built. The ideological and scientific basis for setting this goal were the researches of the great thinkers, Russian cosmists of the 19th and 20th centuries, such as Berdyaev, Tsiolkovsky, Vernadsky, Chizhevsky, Kozyrev, Kazanachev, and others. The goal was achieved. Among the many topics raised during this communication was the question of the possibility of putting into the space environment of a so familiar to Earthlings attribute, like weapons. The answer was immediate. It was strict, absolutely unambiguous, not allowing any double interpretations. It is unacceptable to bring any weapons into space. That both Soviet and Russian leadership has been consistent for decades, back in the day and now, firmly defending the principles of exclusively peaceful exploration of outer space. Peaceful people of planet Earth. There are significantly more of us than a handful of those who want to establish a cosmic dictatorship on Earth. Be vigilant, demand an absolute ban of the placement of weapons in outer space. Thank you.
Hey, Timothy, so if you want to say a few more things.
Yes, I have 4 minutes more. So I'm going to say something more, okay? Okay, so after all that has just been said by Alexander Semenov, I want together with you to look into the future and see what we, the people, can do. So there are 3 options. One, how the situation can develop. One, an extraterrestrial ship lands on the lawn of the White House. The ambassadors of the other world come out of their ship, and the people get a proposal from them to initiate and maintain a peaceful contact. So this is very unlikely to happen because extraterrestrials know, see, and understand that humanity has an extremely low level of morality, of ethics, and such an event can cause an inappropriate reaction of people. Second, the initiative group that promotes the idea of exclusively peaceful exploration of space, that's being us, manages to reach out to the leaders of their states, officials in high positions, so in other words, decision makers. This outcome is still more likely than the described in paragraph 1, but as you may well know, such people who are in high positions and have access to big money and big power are often more have more, let's say, various human vices, and they have they are highly unlikely that they are going to change fast, and we need it fast. And the third option is that we, peaceful inhabitants of the earth, willing and ready to change for the better, unite our desires, our efforts and aspirations in an international social movement, the goals and objectives of which are simple and understandable to every person on earth. And we in Russia have already started such a social movement. We named it the ethics of the cosmos, because ethics is a set of universal laws which one have to follow to be able to evolve and travel throughout the universe. That is, by the way, the reason why there are no hostile extraterrestrials, because you have to have a certain level of ethics before you will learn the transdimensional physics and you can travel to other worlds. Otherwise, you can bring harm to people. So, and we invite everyone to join this movement. We can discuss the details. If you're willing to do this, if you want to have more information, you can check our website. And before I finish, I would like to show you one more last picture of my presentation, which I personally call the hardest evidence of the fact that we are not alone in the universe. The picture is named Hubble Legacy Field. Okay, what you see here in this picture is what the Hubble telescope sees on a tiny piece of the sky, about a moon size, if you look from the surface of the Earth. By the way, these are not stars. These are galaxies. 265,000 of them in this little piece of the sky, each containing billions of stars, each star possibly having a planetary system very much like our solar system, where life could emerge just like on our planet here under the sun. And you can also see this picture in detail at the Hubble website. But someday you just go under the stars, raise your head up, see the magnificent, beautiful, and living universe. And don't you tell me that you feel alone, because we're not alone. There are many other civilizations out there, and they're waiting for us to join them in peace. So people of the world, let's put ourselves together, change this world for the better, and enter this bright future, this new world that together we can take.
Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
really appreciate it. Thank you, Timofey, and I know it's very late in Moscow. On behalf of all of us and the 20th anniversary of the Disclosure Project, I want to please extend a thank you to all those who made videos for us and how much we appreciate their coming forward. It takes a lot of courage for these sorts of generals and other people to say what they have said, and we honor their courage. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you
Thank
as
you,
well,
Timothy.
Dr. Greer. Hello, Carol.
Hello, Timothy.
So if we want to have like one more minute, if you want to wrap up, and then we're going to show a little.
It's 3 o'clock in the morning for them.
We're going to show a little video that's a sort of a celebratory video of our 20 years, but just in 1 moment, because we're running out.
Just real quickly, I'm sorry we didn't get to see all of the videos, but we will post them on peaceandspace.com. Again, go down the introduction and you will see Timofey's website link. He also is chairing the Ethics of the Cosmos project that we can all join in with and you can learn from, because they're going to be providing a lot of information. Again, there's 700 videos or so that you've posted on that website about the Ziegel's readings, a lot of these speakers. We didn't get to see Valentina, but you'll see her. She's a psychoanalyst, a psychologist who chairs that Center for Transdimensional
of
consciousness, the transformation of consciousness very important. And she was taken into the woods as part of an 8-people selection from the government to meet 2 extraterrestrial beings. So she is on the website now. You'll see her. And sorry, we didn't get to see her in person right now in the video. But these are amazing people. As Stephen said, they're so courageous, just like you, because you're going to be going out with the ethics of the cosmos kind of conversation now. You see the Russian position. You just heard it from Professor Semenov. Wow. I mean, this is the Russian position now. They're calling for the treaty to prevent the placement of weapons in outer space. Read it. You'll learn about that too. And please go out and promote it. So thank you all for being participants in all of this and what you're about to do. Go for it.
Thank you. So we are going to do just a really quick little celebratory video that Michael put together, and then we're going to take a 20-minute break. Okay? Thank you. We are here today to disclose the truth about a subject that has been ridiculed and questioned, denied for at least 50 years. The men and women who are on this stage and the some 350 additional military intelligence witnesses to the so-called UFO matter and extraterrestrial intelligence can prove and will prove that we are not alone.
And we have witnesses here today that have shown you that these extraterrestrial beings, that these craft that have come here are now not UFOs, they're identified flying objects. And we know that they have beings in them. And we have witnesses here who have told you that they can shut down our missile silos. They can stop a rocket going into space that's a test. We have witnesses here who have worked in the classified departments who have the courage to come forward here.
They actually photographed the UFO following the missile as it climbed into space and shining a beam on it, which neutralized the missile.
If you accept the multidimensional theory, it's highly likely that we've done a hell of a lot of damage. In somebody else's world, they might have even done more damage there than we did here.
There is no evidence, I wish to emphasize, that these life forms from elsewhere are hostile towards us. But there is a great deal of evidence that they are concerned with our hostility.
An alien had come off the craft and had been shot by a military policeman and apparently was wounded and was heading for McGuire.
When I got out in 1989, we had cataloged 57 different species. You have individuals that look very much like you and myself that could walk among us and you wouldn't even notice the difference. The entities that we did catalog were in fact humanoid. Now this created a situation where the scientific community was trying to figure out why that would be the case. Because you would expect that if life evolved on other planets, that they would take on some type of other being, so to speak, not necessarily look humanoid or be bipedal such as we are. But apparently, we got quite a few of the species out there that are humanoid in appearance, and that creates a question that yet has to be answered by science.
These discs were hovering off the floor without any visible means of support. They were referred to as alien reproduction vehicles, also nicknamed the flux liner because they used high voltage electricity.
We're back. Okay, welcome everyone. And again, all the thousands of people who are online watching, I hope you enjoyed that. I'm sorry we're running a little bit late, had some technical difficulties, but in the scheme of things, it's all right. And I just want to give you a little overview. I'm going to spend about an hour or so dealing with some really key important information, particularly the aircraft that are man-made that have been posing as UFOs, the information that we have on a new photograph of some type of humanoid being dissected in the 1920s. We're going to go through that in this next hour. I'm going to be going through, of course, the very well-known case where Ben Rich wrote to a friend what his assessment of this issue was and confirmed that they were both man-made and extraterrestrial. But I think what I want to start off with is more recent. So I've shared in pieces here and there what we were doing towards the end of the last administration for President Trump and Vice President Pence. I was not able to reach anyone in that administration at the level of the office of the president or vice president, unfortunately, reliably until September of 2020. So kind of late to the party. At that point, I had the CEO of a think tank and consultancy in Washington, D.C., A10 Associates, who the CEO of which is very close friends with the Pence family and knew the Trump family, who 100% supportive of what we were trying to do to avoid World War III and endless war, and particularly weaponizing space and portraying these interstellar visitors as a national security threat. But unfortunately, we're a little late to the party. And by the time Unacknowledged had hundreds of millions of views, and this counterintelligence and disinformation operation known as To the Stars Academy, TTSA, went public with the Tic Tac and other videos. Unfortunately, at that point, we knew that there was a countermeasure to what Unacknowledged was telling the public. Because when you hit hundreds of millions of people, it goes viral, then they're going to do something. So the genesis of that, we knew, was the beginning of them launching what Wernher von Braun warned about, the hoaxing of an alien threat where they could unite the world around a militaristic response to this. And at that point, I realized, we're really in trouble. And we're going to have to do something to sort of get the narrative back. The first thing we did was to create, through the help of many of you, Close Encounters of the Fifth Kind, which also became a #1 documentary on Amazon and iTunes and all over the world. And it's now on Amazon Prime. Anyone can see it for free if they have Prime, and on other sites. That was a call to action for grassroots. What Timothy Igorov, the trainer of cosmonauts in Russia, just said, where we come together as a movement that are grassroots, where we make peaceful contact with these civilizations and bypass the national security state and take the matter into the hands of we the people, which is how it actually should be. And so that, of course, went forward. And about the time that, of course, picked up enormous momentum in the last 12 months, they then pivot towards this big problem with the Trump administration having been targeted at the level of the president and the vice president with very effective counterintelligence disinformation. Now, let me explain how this works. Probably you all know about the Iraq War and how we, through the Vice President Cheney's office, cherry-picked intelligence so that Colin Powell, the Secretary of State, would go to the UN and talk about the fearsome weapons of mass destruction that Saddam Hussein had. Now, I'm no fan of Saddam Hussein. He was obviously a thug and a dictator, and they're all over the world. However, he did not have those weapons, and it was known he did not have them. However, it was enough to stampede the American people and the Congress into a disastrous war. And it was all based on knowingly false and hoaxed, in some cases, intelligence. Colin Powell, the Secretary of State, who had been chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, by the way, it wasn't like he wasn't familiar with military and intelligence operations, admitted later that he was deceived, and his chief of staff went on the record saying that they were deceived by an intelligence operation out of the West Wing run by the Vice President Cheney. of course, that ship sailed a while back. I'll get into some things that happened there that will stun you. And with weapon electronic systems on satellites. But when we get into looking at how this runs, you also have to go all the way back to the era of Ronald Reagan. And I met with a colonel not long ago, before he passed away, named Colonel Holman. And Colonel Holman had been on a committee back in the Carter transition, late Carter years and early Ronald Reagan presidency, to convince the president of the need for the Strategic Defense Initiative, Star Wars. And it wasn't really getting much traction as a policy initiative in terms of conventional geopolitical exigencies and requirements until they played the last card. And he admitted to me that they went in with cherry-picked and distorted information and convinced Ronald Reagan that there was an alien threat. And of course, that's reflected in his speech to the United Nations and a few other speeches where the president said, oh, wouldn't our job of uniting the world be easier if we could unite against a common threat, alien threat? So unfortunately, you had an actor from Hollywood and then a governor of California, Ronald Reagan, who was easy to move through cherry picking and spinning of information to go to the policy decision these classified projects wanted. This happens all the time in the Congress, in the White House, and in other capitals, because the people who run these unacknowledged special access projects, first and foremost, are masters of psychological warfare, psyops, and psychological and social engineering. Very good at it, extremely good at it. It's why the CIA director in 1953, CIA Director Smith, says, and we have the document, it's in my books, and it says that the UFO matter has a great potential for psychological warfare operations. Well, that's what he was talking about. And so that was something that was actually put into play in the early 50s, and perhaps in some milder way before that, in the 40s. But it definitely began at that point. So we have to understand that our democracy, which Eisenhower warned, was vulnerable to these kinds of machinations and extreme secrecy, that it could threaten our security and our peace. That's what Eisenhower said on his last speech to the world before he left office and before Jack Kennedy became president. And what I've learned is people who are in positions with access to the presidency often are the people moved into place to be able to do exactly that. The gentleman whose letter I quoted from at the opening, who set up my meeting with the director of the CIA in 1993, flat out, when I asked him, is it possible that the director of the CIA really hasn't been read into this or briefed on it? No. I said, well, what about the president? He says, well, the president has just been brushed off. And I said, how is that even possible? This is my naive days as a young doctor stepping into that world. I've never been in the government and don't want to be. But he said, oh yeah, I was a staffer on Ronald Reagan's National Security Council. And if we didn't want the old man to know, we just lied to him. I said, you lied to the president of the United States. He said, oh yeah, every day, all the time. Welcome to Washington. So you have to get into a mindset of understanding how this is played. Your civics lesson and the naivete of what's presented on the mainstream media, what you've read in your history books and all this, throw it away. And that's just a PR stunt. It's not how this country's been running since World War II. So I don't say that with any pride. My mother's ancestors were the original prisoner of war with the British, interestingly. And my dad was half Cherokee, the native peoples of this land. But when you look at this, you realize that we have a very big constitutional crisis. And so when I was approached by these folks to put a briefing together for the president and the vice president back in the fall, in the summer, I said, I'll do it. And I said, but you have to be our liaison. And it has to be handed to them off-site. That does not go through the security system. And they were able to do that because otherwise it's been intercepted, put aside. So that group worked diligently. We're still close and working. Of course, obviously it's irrelevant in terms of that administration. They're out. And we also did about a 20-minute video brief summary that was handed to the vice president and the president, and was also sent actually to Russia as well for President Putin. And what's important about that is that we were trying to get the president to pivot away from the Space Force and the green lighting of weaponization of space, et cetera, and so on. I was horrified. My worst fear when I heard about the formation of the Space Force, and also when this counterintelligence group with Luis Elizondo and Chris Mellon and these other people went public, was that in fact, the train had left the station and that they had effectively pulled the trigger on the ramp up to this false flag operation. And in fact, that's what was confirmed. What was confirmed to me from people very close to the president and vice president is that they had been targeted with virulent, hateful disinformation about the alien threat, and that they were convinced that it was an existential threat to this world. Now, into that disaster, I stepped. Unfortunately, it also was a disaster of this election. So it wasn't easy. This is the original letter they wrote on my behalf to the president and the vice president, and this is the briefing document for President Trump and Vice President Pence. Now, our recommendation, just to be clear, was that they steer away from that narrative, that they do a joint announcement with other world leaders and religious leaders around the world, saying that we're not alone, that they're not hostile, they're concerned about what we're doing in space. We come together and keep all weapons out of space and develop a rapprochement and a diplomatic initiative to make contact peacefully with these civilizations so we can go forward. Obviously, that didn't happen. We were trying to make that happen before January 20th, and of course, it was one catastrophe after another. You know, I was on the phone and up all night, you know, with what happened on January 6th. And we won't go into all the gory detail of that. I mean, it's not important, it's over. But that is what we've been doing. Of course, you know, I've been doing this at a certain level for different places around the world since the early 90s with the Clinton administration forward. This was the scariest situation I've ever seen, because in other presidencies, we knew that they were doing things clandestinely, like Dick Cheney was on this committee of 200 or 300, along with George H.W. Bush Sr., and a number of other folks that I know about and some of whom I met with over the years. But they were sort of moving, they were keeping it sub rosa, underneath. And it was not in the mainstream media in that narrative, and it wasn't coming out of the government officially. That all changed. The beta test, a trial balloon for it, was the TTSA in Broglio, where everything they released. The Tic Tac had every story in the mainstream media was, and it's a threat to the national security, and it's a national security threat. And they're invading our bases, and they're interfering with our nuclear weapons. Everything was couched in a xenophobic, fear-based manner. And stories like that once were forbidden to be published in the New York Times. This subject was redlined, I'm quoting. I was told this by an editor of the New York Times. We don't cover this stuff. Suddenly, simultaneously, it appears in all the media, mainstream media, both digital, cable news, CNN, Fox News, New York Times, and globally in other media. That's when I knew they had hit the button. They had hit the button go. And their lackeys and the shills in the media, who actually work undercover as journalists and editors, were ordered to carry this story. Now, they don't carry the Disclosure Project witnesses and videos or documents, which are much more dispositive and much more evidence than what TTSA released. However, they did it that way because the people who were the mouthpieces appearing in the media were all sticking to the talking points, to wit, to be specific, that these are a threat to the national security, and we have to find out what they are. And number two, we don't know what they are. We're going to call them something new, UAPs. And we don't know how they operate or fly. We don't know how they're moving. Never mind, we've been building them since the 1940s and 50s experimentally, and fully operationally since October 1954, and that's what we're going to show you. Now, this charade is very dangerous because in the last month, both the ranking member of the Senate Intelligence Committee, Marco Rubio, and the Director of National Intelligence for Trump, Radcliffe, have said the same talking points. We don't know what these are. They're a threat to national security. And even, we don't even know how they're going faster than the speed of sound without making a sonic boom. When, of course, there have been classified aerospace projects and people I know who developed those systems decades ago. Now, if in fact the ranking member of the Senate Intelligence Committee doesn't know that salient fact, and, or heaven forbid, the Director of National Intelligence doesn't, then that's a very big problem. The only problem that's worse is that they do know that that's a lie, and they are scripted and they are lying to the public and to the American people. And it's appalling. It cannot go on. Because the reason they would want people to think, this is what's important, this is the punchline. The reason they want everyone to think, we don't know what those are, or maybe they're from China or Russia, it's nonsense, is because if and when they roll out this last card, this hoaxing of an alien threat, this false flag operation, the whole world will be convinced, oh, we've been told we don't know what these are, therefore anything that goes bump in the night or is violent or something disastrous happens, it's alien. Blame it on the aliens because we don't have that capability. What we are here to do is to prove in point of fact we do. Full stop, end of discussion. Let's quit playing games. Because if the public understands the technologies, the modus operandi, the research and development that has happened since World War II to now, and that we have these systems, and that they have been in the past and will be in the future used for counterintelligence and hoaxing and faking events. Then, if enough people know that, 1 billion, 2 billion people know it, which is our intention with what we're doing today, then they may not pull that stunt. We may avoid that last card from being played. Because if we don't, you've heard what these generals and others have said, what the consequences are. And they are not overstating the gravity of the situation at all, not in the least, and neither is Carol Rosin. So that's what's at stake here. So as we go forward, and I think you all know that if you're following the news, back a few years ago, Senator Harry Reid from Nevada, who was the majority leader of the Senate, was working on this issue. He has been mentoring Senator Rubio and also works with some other senators very interested in this issue. They authorized, from the Pentagon budget, $22 million to do a study. Now, this is in the New York Times and CNN on the UFO issue. And I had the opportunity a few months ago to speak to the general who actually arranged and set all that up, who had retired from the Pentagon and was a staffer for Senator Reid and a friend of Senator Reid's. And in this couple-hour Zoom call meeting we had, because it was in the height of COVID a few months ago, he told me that they authorized this thinking they were going to get a legitimate study from Bigelow Aerospace out of Nevada. Now, I've known Mr. Bigelow since I met him at the Rockefeller Ranch in 1993. And he immediately, it was clear to me from what he told me, that he intended to get into the inside of the technology and knowledge, and he'd probably do anything to do so. I've met a few billionaires and centimillionaires who have done this, because what they don't need the money, they want the access, they want the knowledge. So his consigliere and the people around him who were his mentor for him forming Bigelow Aerospace, and before that, the National Institute of Discovery Science, were all counterintelligence operations from these unacknowledged special access projects. I knew them, I knew every one of them. And I knew he was going to be used by them for his money and his connections and his political connections to run what's called a DDT operation. You think of DDT as a pesticide or whatever. The right-hand guy for the director of the National Security Agency back some years ago, who was General Odom, his assistant used to carry his briefcase, handcuffed, you know, that whole bit. And I was meeting with him, and he says, "Oh yeah, we call these DDT operations." I said, "What is that? You're poisoning people?" He said, No. You set up a decoy operation, it becomes a distraction, and it trashes people's money or their understanding or their influence, and diverts. So it's a diversion. It is in and of itself a counterintelligence false flag strategy. And that, my friends, is what happened to our $22 million. Your money, my money. I've never gotten an Indian head nickel from the US government, but I sure have, or contractor or anyone, I sure have paid a lot. And that money went right into this operation, which was designed to get a report back to Congress. And this is what General Herbert said. It came back. We had a classified briefing in the SCIF, the Secure Communication Information Facility. That's what it is. I'm going to use SCIF in the future in my presentation, in the Senate. But he said there was nothing that substantive there. It was a view from 40,000 feet. He was an Army pilot, this General Herbert. I said, yes, of course. He said, what do you mean, of course? I said, well, let me explain to you what the DDT operation was that was run on you. And I explained to him what I just said to you, and he went, oh my God, I wish we'd known you then, because we just wasted $22 million. I said, is that why you didn't renew the grant to Bigelow Aerospace? Because you felt and sensed that you were actually being deceived and it was a waste of money? He says, yes, we knew we weren't getting the story. He told me that point blank. Now we have this Director of National Intelligence report coming out. And what kind of dog and pony show that'll be, who knows? Likely in the classified SCIF for Congress, they will present some cases that will all be couched like they did for President Reagan and others, and President Trump and Vice President Pence, that it's a national security threat, that it's an alien threat. We need more money for the defense contractors, and we need to have more assets to put weapons in space to protect us from the aliens. That's the game that's being played right now, today, and that's why we have to act. Now, what I would like to begin to share with you is a series of things on this issue that sort of presents how are they going to do it? Now, one of the things that we'll start showing, if you want to, for a moment, if you can provide, this is the authorization for the study that's due in June. And then I want to show you a series of things. So let's look at this for a moment. This is a very interesting case. Cash Landrum, you probably have all heard of it. This was actually a extraterrestrial vehicle that was being test flown by 4 humans out of the Nevada test range. And this we have from an Air Force intelligence guy who is the principal investigator. You'll see his clip later talking about the fact that he debriefed the pilots of this and what happened. As you know, the people underneath this object, when it was out of control, were irradiated and were extremely and very sick, had to be hospitalized. One of the famous cases in 1980. Now, what happened is that when this occurred, they couldn't get the extraterrestrial energy power plant to work. So they put on, foolishly, a portable nuclear power plant on this thing. And they were test flying it out of the Nevada test range, Area 51. By the way, nobody calls it that, but people don't know what's out there. And it was being flown to a base in Texas. It went out of control outside Houston, Huffman, Texas, I believe it was. And it came down and irradiated, and actually irradiated the land there. And actually, that whole road had to be repaved clandestinely. Now, the public was left to believe this was, the aliens came down and poisoned everybody. Or they didn't say, they were happy for people to reach and leap to these conclusions. In reality, we have now proof and testimony from the principal investigator for the Air Force who debriefed the 4 pilots on this, humans. And that object, my friend, was test flown by humans, but it was extraterrestrial. So this is a hybrid case where you have an extraterrestrial airform and systems, but the power energy system, they couldn't quite get to work. They put this nuclear power plant on it. It had a filter or some problem where it malfunctioned, started spewing this stuff out to these poor victims who have never been compensated. In fact, the case went to court. The judge threw it out because the government said, we don't know what this is. We had nothing to do with it. But the truth is, they weren't lying. The government, people talk about the government. Which government? Who in the government? The nature of an unacknowledged special access project like this is that if the Secretary of Defense doesn't know about it and the director of the CIA isn't read into it and they're lying to the president about it, do you think the public information officer or the case officer for an Air Force base near Houston is going to know what the hell this was? No. So they're not lying. This is plausible deniability because since they don't know, they can testify under oath, this wasn't ours. We know nothing about this. Now we know for a fact. And we have the recorded video testimony of the Air Force Office of Special Investigations, principal investigator on this, Richard Doty, who is a master of disinformation in his career, but is coming clean on some of this. Next. We're going to go through a series of, well, maybe not. Okay, I thought it was just going to be a slide one after another. So next year, what we're going to see are a series of schematics and cases of over the years, very interesting. This is 1956, sort of a domed object with these underneath. This was a man-made anti-gravity vehicle from the 50s that was seen, and we can go to the drawing of it. Very good, excellent illustrations. And a very well-documented case. I'm going to go through a number of these examples. Next. This is one from New Zealand, our friends from down under. This was also a man-made object. The date on this is listed somewhere below there. I believe it was in the 50s. And that object, a very well-documented case, occurred. And someone came out and it was a human in sort of an astronaut suit. But this, I believe, was 1959. Here we are. Yeah, Blenheim, New Zealand. It had these flames, so it had a combination of anti-gravity and also other types of energy systems. And people say, oh, this is from New Zealand. I said, oh yeah, 1959. Next. But we're going to run through a bunch of these quickly. Okay, next. This is a really interesting one. Again, the dates, this was 1966. Love the Mustang. And there was an object that came in and for some reason landed malfunction. Another early prototype of a man-made electrogravitic, meaning anti-gravity, high voltage system. And it rose up and took off like a spark off a grinder, is how it was described. But you can see there's some components of it from conventional aerospace aircraft on the front, the bubble. But this was, again, it had a high drilling, whining sound as it took off and was gone. And this is man-made, 1966. Next. And this is very similar to some of the Tic Tac things. It's got an arc on it. I think this was in, what date was this? This is well, no, not 2017. That's not sure of the date. Anyway, but a very interesting object, reminiscent of some of the Tic Tac and other objects. We have a number of videos of these canister and cylinder objects. This was seen in enough detail. And you can see the rivets. You can see the detail. An extraterrestrial vehicle is seamless, has no parts like that, has no welds. Those, when you see those, my friends, those are not extraterrestrial. Those are man-made. And there are a series of generations of these that have been rolled out since the 50s. Operationally, they were studied before then. Next. This is a really interesting one. Again, this 1972, so we're talking almost 50 years ago. It looks like an iron with this rectangular object on it that was seen, and multiple witnesses. Again, this is a man-made platform, a silent electrogravitic. Next. And this is a really interesting one. This is from also 72. It has these sort of flaming energy out of the rear of it, and a bubble. Another one from that's man-made. I don't forget which city this was over. Venezuela. Yeah, in Venezuela. And people say, really, these other countries? Oh, yes, all over the world. I mean, these operations are not just out of remote places like Area 51. So they have these facilities all over the world, you know, Alice Springs here and there, and all over, and they can go anywhere very quickly because they're not using jets and rockets. Because even our most, you know, really extraordinary craft may get to anywhere in the world in a couple hours. These don't take that long. So those have been experimented with in different shapes, forms, and sizes. Many of them are based on acquired extraterrestrial vehicles that we have shot down and studied and then experimented with the airframe and the propulsion and energy systems, the flaming ellipse. Next. This is an interesting one. This is from 1980s. I'm just taking you in chronological order of number one. There are a lot of objects that are sort of rectangular or domed rectangles, totally silent, can float over the landscape. Many of the objects we'll get to in a moment, and seeing the Hudson Valley back in the 80s, 90s, were those kinds of objects. These are, again, electromagnetogravitics. These are pop culture anti-gravity, and different versions of them, different airframes, different experimental types, and many of them have been deliberately flown over populated areas to prompt a UFO sighting, but make people think that they are the extraterrestrial ones. So you have two things going on simultaneously: actual extraterrestrial vehicles and the ones that are made by clandestine aerospace and black budget funding in the unacknowledged special access projects, the deep black world of engineering. Next. I mean, all these cases, look, we have hundreds and hundreds. This would go on for days if we were going, but these are very interesting, excellent drawings. Now, this case, of course, I was very involved with, as you know. This is the Japan Airlines case of 747 going over Alaska, and we can go up, and the pilot had this massive vehicle come forward. This is a real one. Let's look at it. Can you scroll? Look? No. There's a wonderful schematic of what the pilot saw. It was a large, seamless, almost like walnut-shaped object, massive. That was, I guess, didn't make it into the slide, sorry. That was the Japan Airlines case. That's one of the disclosure witnesses, as you know, was Mr. Callahan. And he was the chief FAA person in charge of accidents and incidents when this occurred during the Reagan years. And he actually has handed to us, and I have, the original radar films, check tracings, not a copy, the originals. We have them. And the Japan Airlines pilot encountered this object, and it would be, you know, this part of the sky at 1 second, and a couple sweeps of the radar or one sweep would be in another direction altogether. And the pilot, the Japanese pilot described it. It was actually on military radar, on board, visually seen, and civilian radar. So this got kicked up to the highest level of the FAA. And at that meeting, if you remember the disclosure project, the CIA came in and said, we're going to confiscate all of the data on this. And they had just stacks and stacks of digital data on this case. And so they had to give it up. And Mr. Callahan says, yeah, okay, we'll give it to you. Turns out those were copies. He kept the originals. And when he left the FAA, he took them, and we have them. True. Okay, so next. This is a very interesting, a pyramid-shaped object. We have a model similar to it here. Now this has all kinds of tubes and structures on the bottom. And what's interesting, this is 1994, there are extraterrestrial vehicles that are pyramid-shaped, but there are also man-made ones that they've made to look like them. So they're copycat. You see what they're doing? So it's like the old commercial. Is it real or is it Memorex? So is this the only way I'm mic'd? So we probably need to have people handing me these models. If I can have an assistant there and then hand off here. There you go. Thank you. So here's the, thank you. This is a great one. I like this one because we may have, this is also in England, 1990. And this one is great because it has, if you look at the underside, there are the girders and the structures, and they're even weld marks. Now, of course, this is a triangular, and the people under it could see that and could see the light in the center and the three on the end. That is man-made. That is an anti-grav object. And we have many people who have been in the aerospace classified projects who have described these and how they operate. And so we have massive files on these sort of different kinds of triangles. Now, just to make things more complex, because the world is complex, there are extraterrestrial vehicles that are triangular and that are saucer shaped and that are other weird shapes. So to make things complicated here, how are you going to know? Well, you got to be close enough to it to see. And if you can't see the superstructure detail, you're not going to know whether it's extraterrestrial or not. But I'll give you these few hints. The ET ones are not manufactured by digging stuff up and soldering things together and what have you. That's not how they manufacture. They are doing it through a frequency sonic resonance manufacturing that pulls from a template an object in its entirety as a piece from the elementals, let's call it, of space-time, the foundation of energy of space-time. And it comes into 3D, like 3D printing, but for a whole spacecraft, but not putting plastic molding injectors in, but it being brought from the finest foundation of energy, not only the 0 point, but beyond that even trans-dimensionally. So this is trans-dimensional manufacturing. We don't have time to go into this. We'll go into it more this week for everyone. And then this one, again, this is a very interesting one. This is the very famous Phoenix Lights one. Who was here for that? Anybody? I was. So there are a couple events that happened then. And we have had both ET vehicles, then piggybacked on man-made events. And this is really confusing because once there's something that really happens demonstrably, that is a sighting or an event, they will then put up objects and have things occur that are the man-made ones to confuse people. And they'll even do other decoys, so drop flares, all kinds of things. So when I was here in March of 1997, I flew in on an airline, and as I was doing final approach into Sky Harbor Airport, I did the CE5 protocols and asked the ETs to do something that would be very definitive that night or while I was there, because we were at a digital lab that was run by an intelligence group. And we were getting the best photos and videos that we could for the whole planet for the congressional briefings in April of 1997. That's why I was here. And then a few hours later, this whole event happened, Phoenix Lights. And there were a lot of things that were coming out of the South Mountains. Last November, when we were here for the Close Encounters of the Fifth Kind premiere, we did a hike up there and came down at sunset, and an object dropped, materialized right over us and went. Who saw it? A couple of people who are my friends here were there with me and saw it. So you have both phenomena happening. And this is the problem. People are going to say, it's all man-made, it's all extraterrestrial. No, and we need to get another layer of understanding here. And particularly any important thing that happens, by definition, is going to be inundated with a cover story, and where they're going to deceive people from the real over to the staged, the DDT, let's call it. So these are more of the triangular, and this is a great one. This is 1989 in Belgium, that you can see all the tubes and structures underneath the Belgian cases. So this particular one was very much a man-made one. Again, this is global. Don't think, you have to think, it's a transnational group that runs these unacknowledged special access projects, clandestine organization, is global. They don't think of international, they're transnational, and have been at least since the 60s. And so here's another one, very interesting. Again, this is from Missouri, a little different from the ones that you can see the girders and the welds on the side. I hope you can see that. That's the camera and the people on the webinar. And these are also well-known platforms. You can basically, once you get your lifter system in place that causes mass cancellation, you can create any kind of air structure around it. And it doesn't matter if it's aerodynamic or not, because the way it moves, let's say, the molecules of air around it. So it's basically moving an electromagnetic field effect. So there's no resistance and there is no sonic boom. That's man-made. We've had it for decades. Is this too much? I'm just trying to run through these. This is to give you just a sense of all the different types and structures that we know have been man-made objects, various different, some of them are kind of hybrids. They'll have some conventional propulsion as well as electrogravitic, different shapes, and they all have structural superstructure components that are clearly a man-made machine, not an interstellar vehicle. And this is one of my favorite. I love this one because this one is, this is from Southern Illinois in 2000, not that long ago. And it's this, like a ranch house with the pen, but it's like, how Midwestern. And it's this object, or totally non-aerodynamic, silent, floating. You'll hear a transformer buzzing sound often from these. And a similar rectangular ones were some years ago, I think it was in the 1990s, were in the Amazon. It was near where there was a E-Systems facility. And these were put up and engaged in, they went from animal mutilations being staged by clandestine human organizations to these were doing human vivisections and killing humans. But of course, they wanted everyone to believe that aliens were doing vivisections on people. No, it wasn't. It was our sociopaths in this organization. So, and here's another. This is a great one. This is from 1983, Hudson Valley, very famous cases, many witnesses to these transformer-sounding objects, and underneath, when they were close, you can see superstructure and tubes and other things. That is not extraterrestrial. Now, have there been extraterrestrial vehicles of boomerang and other shapes? Yes. But where do you think they get the idea? And also, how else do you create a false flag? You have to create structures that would be believably not aerodynamic. So, and this is another one. This is another boomerang shape from the Hudson Valley. There's several years of these occurring. You've all heard these cases. And you see underneath the superstructure and the aspects of it. And, you know, these are it looks a little bit like the B-2 Stealth, but there's a different. Again, they were silent unless you were close enough, you could hear this sort of electronic transformer sort of sound from it. And another one. So I just wanted to run through these. They're all fun. And I want to thank the people who have worked hard to create these, from the reports and the photographs that exist. This one, actually, you could see up in it, the people looked in and they could see other structures and platforms inside under the center of this particular, not an equilateral triangle, but isosceles, is that correct? Yep. So those are the reason I wanted to show you that is sort of to give you a sense of the variety, the type of craft. I don't know if we had any other pictures. I think maybe some of them got dropped, but it's enough to give you a sense of what we have. Now, the archive on this is very large, and I want to pay homage to Mark McCandlish, who did the drawings. If we want to bring up Mark McCandlish's work and the schematics. Now, this is based on a very interesting event that happened at the Norton Air Force Base, which has now been decommissioned in Southern California. And there were a number of people, you know, a lot of people talk about, well, you know, Brad Sorensen and some other people are there. There's a man on my team who is very close friends with Frank Carlucci, Secretary of Defense at the time. He calls him Uncle Frank, who was there. Senator Cranston was there because they were read into these unacknowledged projects. And this was kind of like an air show, and there was sort of a sales pitch going on. And you see these three objects. There was the smaller one, a medium one, and a big one. You know, baby bear, mama bear, and papa bear, as one guy who was there called it. And these were from around, the components in them were apparently from between 1950, late 50s, early 60s. But these particular models had obviously been used quite a bit and had gone in the solar system, various places in our solar system, not the whole universe, but our solar system back then, I mean, long before we landed on the moon. Now, what's interesting is that one of the people who was there did an interview and shared some of the information. And I'm loath to read to people, but this is just so compelling. I just want to share this. I'm not going to say who this was or how I got this recording transcript, but it's very interesting. And he says the small one was 20 feet. The next was 60 in diameter. And the next one maybe 120 feet. It looked like it was the small one looked like personal light speed vehicle. It just boggles my mind to think about it. And he said that this one, these objects, didn't require its own fuel source. They had found a new fuel source that was everywhere in the universe. It was a wavelength frequency that was on the order of 500 times the speed of light. Very important. It's invisible. We can't feel it. They said that everything in the universe is a vibration. Light is just a resisted vibration of this other force. It is really fast vibrations or frequencies. If you start with this force that's 500 times the speed of light and you resist it down, you get gravity. Resist down more and you get magnetism. Then resist it down more and you get light. Resist down and you get sound, heat, etc., and down to things we really recognize. Einstein and others could only sense light, so thought that's the fastest thing in the universe. That's all we can clock, and they were dead wrong, that light is the fastest thing in the universe. If you wanted to go to the moon, say, you'd point the upper video camera that was on these objects and point it to where we wanted to go, and then you'd put the crosshairs on it. Then you'd move the rheostat, a lever on the inside of the seat, to add power and allow that power to be available, and it would go. And it goes on and on. Now, Why is this important? Because this was at an air show in 1988, and there's more than one witness to this, by the way. And we can put up Mark McCandlish's schematic of the interior that was based on the description. And I want to honor Mark McCandlish. He just recently, the last couple of weeks, passed away. But he was at the original National Press Club event, and he was just a really smart, courageous, talented aerospace illustrator who had learned of this. And you can see some of the detail and where the compartment would be for the people. According to some people who were there, some of this isn't exactly accurate, but it's a pretty close rendition. And it's a very important piece of history, because that was the transition between a Reagan administration and George H.W. Bush, Papa Bush. And it was in November of 1988. And they were trying to get more funding for Star Wars, SDI, what's now called Space Force, and classified aerospace contracting for these unacknowledged special access project systems. The reason this is all critically important for you to understand is that the people who are running these projects want you to think, as I said earlier, that nobody in the United States has any knowledge of these objects that they are now euphemistically calling UAPs, which is ludicrous, the term, on the face of it. I don't use it except in a ridiculing way, because it's just absolutely not that. But ultimately, if you don't take my word for this and all the data and all the witnesses, why don't we listen to a guy named Ben Rich, head of the Lockheed Skunk Works. And Ben Rich had a friend that wrote to him, John Andrews, and he said, the topic is UFOs. I believe there are lots of UFOs. And I'm also tending to believe that there are two categories: man-made UFOs and extraterrestrial UFOs. And Ben Rich says, yes, I'm a believer in both categories, and I feel everything is possible. Many of our man-made UFOs are unfunded opportunities. So there's funny underlining unfunded opportunities. There are opportunities that could have been used for a lot of great purposes. So this is dated 1986. And you know, Ben Rich was the head of the Lockheed Skunk Works, was a very renowned aerospace figure. And you think, well, people who want, I think, first of all, this is a document, and all this is stuff needs to go right to the Senate Intelligence Committee. We're planning to do a closed briefing for them ahead of the Director of National Intelligence. So if the Director of National Intelligence dumps a bunch of falsehoods onto the Senate Intelligence Committee, they're going to have received all of this and more that you're seeing. We don't have time to go through all of it prior to. This is why this is very important. But I'd like to invite a wonderful gentleman up, Mr. Goodall. He's a renowned aerospace illustrator and researcher. And if you would come up, he has a couple he's a sort of surprise guest here today. And I would welcome you to share your story, that last conversation that probably anyone had with Ben Rich, and also your little quick story you had with the lady who had worked for the National Security Agency.
Sure. I've been an aviation writer and aerospace historian, I think, most of my adult life. I'm 76, so it goes for a long time. But I had somewhere along the line, and it was probably through John Andrews from Testers, that I became a pen pal, if you want to call it that, with Ben Rich. He was Kelly Johnson's right-hand man, and when Kelly Johnson retired, the only person that could really fill his shoes was Ben. And for 25 years, Ben and I spoke. He either called me or I called him once a quarter for 25 years. I could call him at Skunk Works. June, his secretary, would say, just a second, I'll put you into Mr. Rich. He'd be in a conference with a room full of engineers. He'd put me on speakerphone, and we talked for 40 minutes, 45 minutes. But he was dying of esophageal cancer. This is the mid-90s. He'd already retired from Lockheed. And I tracked him down. He was at USC Medical Center near the end of his life. And we were talking about John Andrews and some other stuff, and we started talking about UFOs. And he said, Jim, we have things out in the desert, and he wasn't referring to Area 51, but said, we have things out in the desert that's 50 years beyond what you, and he was talking directly to me, beyond what you can imagine. And he said, if you've seen movies like Star Trek or Star Wars, we've been there, done that, or decided it wasn't worth the effort. I said, Ben, you want to expand upon that? And typical Ben response was no. And he had the nerve to die on me about 10 days later. The other thing, late last year, I think 2019, maybe it was 2020, and these last 2 years have been sort of a blur. On CNN, I'm not sure if it was CNN, but Tucker Carlson on Fox announced that the federal government had made a statement that we have equipment that is not of this earth. There was also a government employee that said the same thing. So I have a friend of mine who works for the National Security Agency. I knew her from Hawaii, and she was in Pine Gap, which is Alice Springs, which is in the middle of nowhere, if you've ever been to Australia. And I sent her an email. I said, you believe in UFOs? And I mean, instantly I got a response back. I said, no, why did you see one? And I said, no. And then she came back. So I can't go over it on, through electronic means. Maybe one of these days we can sit down face to face. He said, but they're here. And that was your comment. Now she went from Pine Gap to Guantanamo Bay, and now she's back in Hawaii. And I hope to get to Hawaii sometime this year and sit down with her face to face. So that's my piece.
Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Very important little pieces of history. Now, the next thing I want to share, because I know, we have so much today, is something that I want to set the stage before we put it up on screen. A few months ago, a woman who is the granddaughter of a seamstress who was at the atomic bomb site, who actually was the seamstress that made the cover for the first atomic bomb. So it could be moved out and put on the aircraft and then dropped on Nagasaki and then Hiroshima. And this particular woman said, look, my grandmother lived to be 90-some. She had been at the atomic bomb site and then was moved to Roswell. And she was there when the crash happened near Roswell in 1947. And all she would ever say is that she absolutely knows that the ETs are real. That's all she would say. So, the family never knew anything else. This woman's grandmother passed away. And a few years later, they were going through the attic and picked up a book, and out falls a 5x10 photograph. And it's a photograph of some kind of humanoid being that we do not know from whence it came. And she was convinced it had to be one of the bodies from the Roswell event. And we started looking at it, and of course, being a doctor, I was looking at, I wasn't a doctor in 1947, but it didn't look quite right. I thought it looked more European. And then I enlisted the help of a number of people to research this. And Pat Pearsall here helped find Dr. Burns, who is the most renowned medical archivist in the world in New York. And he looked at it and he says, no, the medical garb, the setup, all of it isn't an autopsy. He wanted to be very scientific. It's a dissection of something from the 1920s, between 1922 and 1929. Then we had a member of our team who has very good connections with the Metropolitan Museum of Art, and they have a whole division on clothing and eras and all that. They looked at, they said, absolutely, this is mid-1920s. So we're talking 20 to 25 years before Roswell. And what are we looking at here? Unfortunately, I'm not wired. I thought I would be, but I can't walk over to it. But you have, if you want to zoom in on the head and the body, oh dear. Oh boy. This is why I never touch a computer. Oh, it left. Well, he'll come back. See, I don't understand all this. Give me a big thing like this. But while he's bringing it back up, I will speak from this one. So you have what look like, military or intelligence civilians here, here, and here. You have medical personnel. This is the main doctor doing the dissection. This blob here is just damage on the emulsion. We had the paper tested, the original paper, because we had access to it. And the original paper is from early 50s. We know that. We also know that it's a photo of a photo, okay? And I'm just telling you what we know. I'm giving you the facts first, and I'm going to give you an educated assessment after. And it's a very unusual head and eyes. You can't see great detail, but you can see some. It's got a towel over it. Obviously, it had probably a lot of facial and neurotrauma. You can see the body cavity and the ribs, very unusual in how it's structured, almost like an external, these bumps on the outside, certainly not a normal human. And the hands and the feet and the legs. So we're dealing with something, that isn't a Homo sapien, a human. We don't know what it is. I'm not calling it an extraterrestrial at this point because we need more information, which is why I was given permission to disclose it to you today. And if it is what we think it is, in point of fact, one of the most important things ever to surface, because it predates Roswell by 2 decades or more. And it is also clearly some kind of formal operation going on, dissecting this. And now I have been told by a number of my contacts in the intelligence community who have been in the vault, as they call it, that there are files classified, still top secret, on this issue from the late 1800s and early 1900s. They never went through them, but they know that they were related to extraterrestrial intelligence and UFOs going that far back. This is now 100 years ago. So I will pass this around and you're free to look at it. Those of you at home, you can zoom in and out as I now talk about my assessment. So I believe what happened, because I've been involved in a number of cases as a medical doctor, an emergency doctor, and forensic cases, that when the Roswell event happened, and this woman, Ms. Heaven is her name, was there at Roswell and had been at the atomic bomb project, she was cleared to a very high level of secrecy, even though she was doing a rather ordinary task as a seamstress. But when Roswell happened, if there was actionable intelligence and files in an archive on prior retrievals or events, those would have been couriered in so that they would have had a comparative anatomy and a comparative point of reference in studying the retrieval of the objects from the Roswell crash. What I think happened, now this we don't know, we're asking for the public to help, is that they needed these older files, and someone she knew who was probably in the photo lab at the Walker Field said, wow, look at this. And he took a picture of the picture and gave it to her, but she secreted it away until she died, and it fell out of a book. Now those are the facts that are known facts. It came from someone at Roswell, but it's not Roswell. It came from someone clear to the level of the atomic bomb project, the Manhattan Project, and to be at Roswell, which at the time, the 509th Bomber Squadron was the only place in the world that had atomic bombs in 1947. And yet it isn't that era. But that's even more explosive. It means these covert programs that have studied this issue go back much further. Now, what we're asking for specifically for the public, look at these men. People out there may have family pictures who will know who one of these people are. If we can identify one of them, then we can connect it further and begin to go deeper into what this really means. Or if you're in a classified project and have access to the vault, and you know who you are, contact me if you have any detailed information on this. I am telling you everything we know. Most of what we should know about this case, we have no idea. This was a serendipitous strange thing that happened where these people who we know the provenance of the photograph, we've tested it, we know it's from the 20s, we know that the woman in whose belongings it was found, who was deceased, was in fact at Roswell, we can prove it, and that she had been on the atomic bomb project. More than that, we don't know. I'm giving you an informed assessment of probably what this is. But we need the public. This is why we can crowdsource digging into this. And maybe someone has an answer that's very ordinary. I doubt it, not that particular being. So anyway, that is something that I think is a really important case. It's in development. We've hit a wall. The family and my team, we can't go any further without someone being able to tell us who any one of those people might be. And you may have a family album from your great-great-grandfather, whoever from the 20s, who would have been an adult then, because all those men are dead by now, obviously, who might know who they are. And from there, we might be able to connect them to an operation, an agency, a military branch, what have you. So that's what we're asking you guys to help us with. So what I want to do next is to show a number of clips of some interesting interviews that are really astonishing. The first one is astonishing in the sense that we got it on record. So about 2 weeks ago, I interviewed at the Watergate in Washington the son of a member of the committee that had been dealing with UFOs and ET issues for a number of years, and that's Senator John Warner. His son is John Warner IV. And John Warner IV is also the grandson of Paul Mellon, the Paul Mellon, one of the few billionaires at the end of World War II. And he told me the very first time I met him 5 or 6 years ago, John Warner IV said, look, my entire family are fascists. And he didn't mean it in the way that it's bandied around now. Of course, you know, now anyone you disagree with, you call a fascist. It's terrible. But I mean, in the true sense, that they were ardent supporters of fascism, supporters of Adolf Hitler until we declared war. And this includes Prescott Bush, George H.W. Bush's father, Henry Ford, Watson of IBM, and Paul Mellon. And he informed me that at the end of World War II, his father actually went over with General Patton and with Allen Dulles. Now, this is a founding family we're talking about here, Paul Mellon, and his grandson is telling the story of the CIA and this whole covert program. So let's listen to these. Now, this is a 3-hour interview. So we have just a few clips here, but I want to share them with you because they're very important.
Project Paperclip, most likely we got 5,000 or more scientists. I heard we got trainloads of paperwork, mature nonlinear physics experiments, Walter Gerlach's research, the death camp research. We got all that, as well as, you know, the Bell project, plasma accelerator, you know, all that kind of stuff in that deal. My granddad and I, when we were talking, I'll never forget it. And he said, he was talking about Patton. And of course he said, I was in Czechoslovakia with Patton in April '45. And I thought, oh, that was neat. You know, what did you do? And he's like, well, you know, Patton had to secure a lot of the stuff that the SS had. And I said, oh, that's interesting. And, you know, and today we know it as the SSE-4 division under Hans Kammler, General Hans Kammler. And of course, Gestapo Müller also had 3 levels of security around that town, which was pretty dense. And of course, the SS we know today had their own funding streams. They were totally independent of the Reichstag. And, you know, a lot of that treasure in Switzerland, they had access to unlimited funds, right. Which sounds a lot like the deep state today. And so I said, what were you doing with Patton? He said, oh, it was interesting. Memory serves that Granddad told me they were with General Marshall, but I could be wrong on that. But I remember that he said he was with Patton, probably maybe Marshall, maybe some other generals. And they said, well, we went into this warehouse and there were all these exotic, you know, jet aircraft, rocket engines, parts of the V2 and maybe a V3, I don't know. And I said, oh, that's interesting. And he says, I saw a disc-shaped aircraft. And I said, I'd done some history work by that time. I said, oh, is that the one they built? I can't remember who built it, Arado or maybe someone else, that had the BMW jet engines and the Arado ones in a circle, and it didn't really work and everything like that. And he said, no. And that was it. It was time for lunch, the guests had arrived, the wine flowed, blah, 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 blah. And I went away as a college student. I was like, well, that's interesting. And it didn't hit me until I read Nick Cook's book, I think in 2004. And I was like, okay, this is getting really weird because, you know, in 1993, when I was 31, I showed the Majestic 12 documents to my dad, and we went back and forth on that. And I said, you know, I've heard of, you know, Roswell and Pelona Peak and Corona. I've heard of some of these UFO crashes, but are these real? And he said, oh no, you know, I checked with the Pentagon, the FBI, it's all hoax. And we went back and forth for months on this, and he finally said, look, just don't go down that road. You know, he says, live your life, enjoy yourself, but don't, you know, they have it all under control. They know what they're doing. And I said, Dad, how the hell can I live my life if this is the truth of our world?
So this disc in the warehouse, obviously we got it, and it ended up somewhere in the United States.
Probably Wright-Patterson, or Wright Field as they called it back then. I am not a documents expert, but I know 60s mimeograph sheets like you and I had in school. I mean, they smell funny.
Yes.
He's a guy in my car club, and he was, you know, in the Air Force. His father was a 3-star general in the Air Force. I'm not going to say his name. I promise I never would.
Yes, I understand that.
I mean, you know, it's just my story, you know. But he and I started talking about this, and he says, you know, my wife and I have seen all kinds of strange phenomena. We've had, you know, glowing Foo Fighters come into our home and, you know, all this stuff. And he says, I want to show you something. And so his father left him a large safe that he said, well, I had to get my Navy SEAL buddy over here with some C4, and they blew the hinges off. And you can see where they blew the damn hinges off. And I said, holy shit. And inside were Air Force documents with, you know, disc craft and a lot of technical terms in German, which I thought was interesting. And he said, these were from 58 to 63, I think. And the dates were on them, and I recognized the terms, you know, vortex compression, you know, plasma accelerator, you know, 0 point gravitational field, you know, all this stuff. And the schematic had an Air Force serial number. And we were just flipping through them, hundreds of them. Now, these looked a lot like the German Haunebu ones, the Vril saucers, you know, 3 maneuvering nodes underneath, you know, powdered quartz with monatomic gold and insulators, you know, torsion field maneuvering nodes that we know now. I figured that out. I actually sketched that out, a TR3B black triangle, how it worked with the plasma ring and the 3 nodes with monatomic gold and powdered quartz to Chris Mellon. You know, he's like, oh, wow, you and Tom DeLonge were into the wild stuff. I just shook my head and I was like, okay, whatever. But atomic weapons, and I'm sure you know this, Oppenheimer was famous for saying, I have become death, the destroyer of worlds.
Correct.
Well, that's from the Vedic texts.
Yep.
And what he found out from the Vedic texts that the Ahnenerbe SS and all those Tula Society and everyone else and all the societies knew, and Rudolf Steiner and Gurdjieff probably knew, the Theosophists, was that when you light off a nuclear weapon of a certain yield, it not only affects the local battlefield at hand, but it rips through several dimensions of the universe, the local universe, and you get additional casualties. And that's why when we started, you know, I think the Germans tested one in the Baltic in October of '44. I think that was true. The Navy did the Zinsser report on it. We go through these Yuga cycles, and all of a sudden it's like Atlantis again. We're starting to do, you know, material science, you know, regressive, you know, actions, you know, chimera construction with DNA, atomic weapons again, and scalar and you know, free energy weapons, which can crack the Earth in half.
Correct. Dangerous stuff.
Dangerous stuff. You know, as you said, firecrackers, but it's more than firecrackers. These kids are playing with C4, and they're 3 years old.
Yeah, they're 3-year-olds playing with C4.
Chunks of it as big as this table. You know, enough to blow up an entire house. You know, It's incredibly dangerous. And so Oppenheimer knew that. And the other person that worked with Oppenheimer at the Rad Lab at MIT, not only was Vannevar Bush, he was big time UFO file, was John G. Trump, the president's uncle.
Correct.
So that's how President Trump knew a lot about all this that we're talking about. It's because his uncle and he were close. And his uncle was read in along with Vannevar Bush and Oppenheimer and everybody on the Foo Fighter file, as it was known back then, and the German atomic program, our atomic program, the Klystron 2 scalar weaponry, radar research, you know, and all that stuff at the Rad Lab. That was the Area 51, you know, if you at MIT where the eggheads were, but Wright Field in Ohio was the place in those days. But that's something every American should understand is John G. Trump, because a lot of his physics work is still classified.
Yes.
And why?
Right. Yes.
I'm of the opinion they're given a very thin file to work from. And, you know, Chris and I have met, we've talked about all this stuff. I think the TTSA program was a little goofy with Tom DeLonge. I don't know what, you know, Hal Puthoff was wanting, you know, soliciting me for funds for his quantum communication thing, which I think the Navy has had for 30 years. So there's a lot of disconnects going on. And of course, they've left that TTSA program, and I don't blame them. I think it was a shit show and some type of CIA, you know, quasi-psyop something. And I don't think anybody was really excited about it. I was a little hard on him, and I will, because I was expecting much more disclosure after 4 years of this. And when they say, this is a mystery we need to solve, that is not true. As you and I know, the US military, especially the Navy, has reams of information on every shape of craft, where it's from, who's driving it, what they're up to, you know. Forget it. It's just been going on for 70 years. The military-industrial complex is not stupid. Neither are the branches of the military. They know exactly what's going on. And this Tic Tac, the word is, it's Lockheed Martin. It's the successor to the TR-3G Black Triangle model.
Correct.
You know? And of course, there are stories by Charles Hall that the tall white ETs out at the Indian Springs, at the S4 and the Nellis Range, had these, lo and behold, these white Tic Tac looking things that they used as buses. And so I'm thinking, aha, maybe there's a connection there. And maybe that validates some of his story. And so when you start piecing all this together, you know, I'm glad that they're doing something. But it's, you know, Elizondo just will talk the bark off a tree. He goes in circles. He's a great counterintelligence guy. I'd love to get into a debate with him, but of course that's never going to happen. You know, I think Chris means well. I really do. I don't think he's one of these guys, you know, that's going around here, I'm going to fool the public and get paid for it. He doesn't need the money. I don't need money. We don't need fame or money. That's the last thing a melon wants. I'm telling you. We're very private as a family. I can pretty much guarantee you that. His brother was in the press a little bit, but, you know, I think he sees this as a patriotic job. I think he believes that that report is genuine and there's maybe not much more, and that he's okay with this is what I'm allowed to talk about, and the rest of it is national security, and that cannot be talked about. They've lied by omission, and when they say it's a mystery, that's a lie. Okay, sorry, but that, you know, I'm not on board with that, and that, you know.
But they have to know that's a lie.
Right. So they do, and I think, you know, it's obvious. So, you know, that's why I'm giving this interview with you today. I mean, I've had enough of that. I had enough with my dad. You know, was he a liaison to Majestic 12 as a Magic member? Probably. You know, he probably had 2 pages of the UFO file. You know, don't worry about the rest of it. Just need 2 pages are all you need. Okay, yes, sir. You know, and Chris is going, yes, sir, too. Whatever factions in the Pentagon, as you know, everything is factions. Whatever factions they represent, it's like, well, we want to have disclosure, but not really real disclosure. And so they're slowing everything down. I don't understand why Chris is involved either, except, in my opinion, this is just me, I think there's a reason they picked a melon. Because we've had other families, this is a tradition in our family. You know, as you said, the Mellons were the first family of intelligence. Well, I agree with that. From my, you know, the people that I've talked to, that will go along with, you know, we need to do this for the good of the country. You know, yes, you got to lie and do whatever you have to do, but, you know, this is what we need to do. And they'll just do it. And, you know, I'm a private citizen. I've never worked for the government or the military. But you know, I'm not going to get up there. I mean, I'm not going to, you know, stay silent when members of my family lie to the American people. I won't do that. It's one thing for my dad, you know, in the old days, to get up there and do some mild fibs about, you know, highways. This is not. You're messing around with the survival capability of the human race.
Correct.
I mean, that's not an overstatement.
Right.
This is deadly serious. It's not funny.
Right. You're sort of half joking, but I thought you were somewhat serious that you said, you know, a lot of my family are fascists, or were fascists, or fascist sympathizers. And you talk about that a little bit, even if it's a little bit uncomfortable.
Oh,
that.
There's no doubt. I mean, Andrew Mellon was upfront about it. You know, he was Secretary of the Treasury under Harding and Hoover. He was ambassador to the court of St. James in 1931, a good friend of the royal family. That's where this Mellon royal family thing connection comes in. His outdated policies with Rockefeller, Morgan, Carnegie, DuPont's, you know, that made the Great Depression much worse, I believe. I've also heard that, you know, he was heavily invested in DuPont's nylon, which came around in the late 30s for naval rope. And of course, hemp and marijuana were made strategic materials and therefore illegal. Of course, it was a war on consciousness too. Oh, we don't want people smoking those jazz cigarettes. You know, that would be bad, you know. And so, you know, Andrew, and of course their dealings with Sullivan and Cromwell on Wall Street, the Dulles brothers, John Foster Dulles and Allen Dulles. Oh, invest in Nazi Germany. You know, Hitler's a great guy, he's a Republican. Don't worry about it, you'll make lots of money. And then Standard Oil, you know, through Strawman in Portugal, all during the war. I mean, business thrives during war, you know that, it's a racket. And so, you know, my grandfather wasn't the industrialist kind of war profiteer that Andrew was, but he was more into the mystic intelligence side for sure. And if your bottom line, brass tacks, if you're on the CFR with Allen Dulles, you're in the Trilateral Commission, you're on the Jason Society, you're Scrolling Key at Yale, which Scrolling Key and the Skull and Bones are directly connected to the Tula Society of Germany and the Vril Society. And you're a Knight of the Order of Orange Nassau. You've got a KBE from the Queen. You know, my dad does too. You're not a friend of the common American. You're just not. You're a very, you know, neocon, ultra-conservative. You know, I don't buy this whole, yes, he was a gentleman horse racer. You know, he had a racing team of stables. He was, you know, donated the National Gallery, the East Wing. His father donated the other National Gallery. You know, these are things they did, in my opinion, so that the American people would put a gold wreath on their heads and go, what great oligarchs these guys are, billionaires, oligarchs. See what great things they do. Now, that's a great thing to do, to donate an art museum, but it's a great cover story. I mean, Andrew Mellon had intimate dealings with Hjalmar Schacht, who was Hitler's private banker. And so did Sullivan and Cromwell. I mean, this is dirty, nasty history. And it doesn't make, I mean, it took me years really to gather all the intelligence bits and to come up, you know, a lot of it I'm connecting dots on my own, but they make sense to me given my German history and the history of the military-industrial complex and everything, and why the Mellons are so active still. And, you know, secrecy and big money and these big American families, some call them the Committee of 300. That's probably a loose term, but, you know, I've never heard it, but, you know, it makes sense to me.
Yeah, I've had that confirmed, that it is a committee around 300 that are involved in these operations. And it's not just extraterrestrial UFO, it's a whole lot of aspects of technology, finance, global, geopolitical.
My friend who was an ONI Navy captain, we had a dinner one night and he said, you know, I said, what can you tell me? And he spent 30 years in the ONI, and he said, well, you know, we're pretty proud of our satellites. You know, we're competing with the Air Force, and they're two-man satellites. We've got our own two-man satellites. I thought, oh, that's interesting. And they have scalar weaponry. And he was like, well, I can't comment to that. You know, more wine, more wine. And he said, I said, tell me about your tracking systems. And he says, oh, you know, that's I love that. And he's like, we can track those bastards, UFOs, punching in and out superluminal, and we can track them 25 miles under the Earth.
Under the Earth.
Or the ocean.
Yes. And tell me a little bit about Mount Weather. I mean, you use that. I think a lot of people don't know why that was important at that time.
The official narrative is that Mount Weather was built in the Blue Ridge during the Kennedy administration as a continuance of government, COG. Mm-hmm. And I think it still is. My dad's been down under there. My dad also tells me about the high-speed train they have, because during 9/11, he's told me that, I said, because I was out of touch with him for 5 days, he said, well, they had us out DC to an undisclosed location. It wasn't Mount Weather, it was in West Virginia, in 7 minutes. And I said, oh, is that the maglev train that goes Mach 2 in a vacuum tube? And, oh, well, how did you know that? And my dad always wonders how I know this stuff. But Mount Weather, the rumors are that it goes down, you know, probably a mile or two down to the sub-shuttle system and connects to other deep underground military bases. Why else it's in the Blue Ridge in that specific location, I'm not sure. But it's a top secret facility. It's still very active and expanding. And if they're expanding on the surface, as you know, they're probably expanding tenfold beneath the surface.
Right, correct. Yep. Had your grandfather, Paul Mellon, been in Mount Weather?
Oh, I'm sure, but he never told me that.
Right.
I don't remember that as part of our conversation, but certainly that's all connected with his jet strips and his meetings and Mount Weather. You know, these are all connected things. You know, for all I know, there's a tunnel from his farm to Mount Weather. I mean, I have no idea, but it wouldn't surprise me if that were true. Mm-hmm. And I don't take pleasure in any of this. This family history is very disturbing and actually disheartening for me.
Steps from a 3-hour interview with John Warner IV, grandson of Paul Mellon and son of a member of the committee, the Majority Intelligence Committee, who's still alive and is about 94. And there's a great deal more information. Obviously, in the interest of time, you know, we can't go through all of it. We want to pick a few highlights to give you an idea of the depth of the archive we have. We're trying to put together a multi-year, you know, 10, 20 episodes per year disclosure file series for a major streaming group, because we have about 200 hours of riveting content that we have in our archives, and the world needs to see it, and I'd like to get it out before I meet my maker. So that's what we're working on. Now, there's another very important video I'd like to show, and it's one that relates to the case we had earlier, the Cash Landrum case. So we can show that from Air Force Office of Special Investigations, Richard Doty. Were there human pilots on board? Or
I never saw it land, so I don't know. I don't know.
Did you ever meet an Air Force pilot who piloted them? Or?
Only the Cash Landrum. I actually interviewed him. Oh, there were 4 of them. I mean, there was two pilots. There was a systems officer that was handling the equipment, and then there was I can't remember what the 4th person did. He was a navigator or what he was. And I interviewed them, and everything that could have gone wrong, it took off fine from Nevada and flew perfectly. But when it was going to an air base. I can't remember which air base it was. Some air base in Texas. I think it was Webb Air Force Base in Big Springs, I think it was. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Webb. And when they tried to slow it down, that's when the problems happened. And then they cut power, and so many things went wrong that they almost crashed. They called for rescue helicopters because they thought they were going to crash. So these helicopters came out, but they finally got it going again, and they landed at some place. Apparently it was just past where they spurred all this radiation on those two poor people, or 3 people, or however many it were. And then they flew it back to Nevada. It was pretty huge. It was one of those big ones. It was not a saucer shaped. It was more of a huge oval shape.
Was it man-made?
It was reverse engineered.
Reverse engineered.
Yeah.
Yes.
They trained 9 months before they ever flew it, and then they trained another, I can't remember how long, 4 or 5 months, flying it all around Nevada, and it worked fine. But the problem is, it's a reverse engineered alien craft with one of our nuclear propulsion systems. Mm-hmm. That wasn't refined because they couldn't figure out how to reverse engineer the aliens. They got it to work at times, but they couldn't manipulate it the way they needed to for a human pilot to fly it. So they had to put one of our propulsion system in it, and it malfunctioned. And they trained, and there wasn't any. The pilot told me they were flying, and everything seemed. They were flying at a high altitude. I can't remember what altitude it was. Flying perfectly fine, no problems whatsoever, until they slowed down. He said, and then hell broke loose. And then the system just malfunctioned, and they had this something that was supposed to throw thrust, but the thruster was moving all around, and they had a filter, some kind of filter that was supposed to filter. That didn't work. That didn't come down, and it was just a mess.
Do you know what kind of velocities this craft reached?
It could go Mach 1. And I that's all I was told. Maybe probably more than that, but just what he told me, or the pilot told me when I interviewed him, was he had it up to Mach 1.
It sounds like a hybrid craft. It had some aspects of the ET craft and others
Yeah.
of the conventional.
Yeah, the body and everything was ET. The only thing that was propulsion was it was us, with American or conventional, or actually a nuclear, and it just didn't work.
And there were 4 humans.
Yeah, four humans in it. And none of them suffered any radiation problems. It's just those poor people on the ground.
A couple of nuclear weapons sent into space were destroyed by the extraterrestrials. In talking to various contacts throughout, they would allude to the fact that these did happen. There was, for example, the missile, Minuteman missile, which destroyed the launch from Vandenberg Air Force Base. That's now a public matter of record. The one incident, for example, was they actually photographed the UFO following the missile as it climbed into space and shining a beam on it, which neutralized the missile. And that is their major concern, is to preserve the integrity of the Earth, because it affects their own system. Well, there was one incident when we exploded a nuclear weapon over the Pacific, and this was in about '61, I believe. And the consternation that it caused, because it shut out communications entirely over the Pacific Basin for a number of hours, in which no radio transmission was available at any time. And this was very significant, and of course this was one of the things that the extraterrestrials later, I learned, were highly concerned about, because it affected our ionosphere. And in fact, spacecraft were unable to operate because of the pollution in the magnetic field of which they depended upon. The very end of the 70s or the early 80s, we attempted to put a nuclear weapon on the moon and explode it for scientific measurements and other things, which was not acceptable to the extraterrestrials.
And what happened?
They destroyed the weapon before it got to the moon. With reference to the incident which our government sent a nuclear weapon for explosion on the moon's surface, it was tended to, as I understand it, to assess some scientific data and reaction and so forth. The idea of any explosion in space by any Earth government was not acceptable to the extraterrestrials, and that has been demonstrated over and over.
And what's the consequence? How is that demonstrated?
By the destruction of any nuclear weapons sent into space.
Thank you, guys. And again, thank you for all attending, and everyone online. Thank you guys for your participation and your help, and all of you have helped make this whole event possible. The next person who will be presenting is Paula Harris. And Paula Harris and I have known each other for at least 22 years. And she has been so pivotal in assisting with the Disclosure Project. And when she lived in Rome, was a teacher there, but also a journalist investigating this issue, and hosted me in Rome and introduced me to some amazing people, not only at the Vatican, like Monsignor Balducci, but also some scientists and military officials, Vatican astronomers, et cetera. And she's just done an enormous body of work since the 70s on this subject, including really intimate relationships with Colonel Corso, getting to know him and his whole story very well, all the way back to people like Dr. J. Allen Hynek, who was, of course, the head of the Project Blue Book back in the 60s. So we're really honored to welcome Paula Harris. Thank you.
No, it's really me that's honored to be here. This is a historical occasion. And when Stephen asked me to speak, I said, yes, this needs to get done. We're going to do it. This happens to be not entertainment for me. This happens to be part of my life journey as a journalist. So my first slide was me speaking at the Washington Press Club with the X Conference, representing journalists. I am not a ufologist, although we have a field of ufology, unfortunately, that doesn't help this situation very much. So my job is to just get the testimony for you, to put it, I've written 5 books in 3 different languages, so that you can make up your mind what's going on. And it shouldn't be told to you on YouTube. It should not be told to you by other people. You're intelligent enough to know what's going on. And before I even begin, I have to acknowledge my colleagues and the brave heroes that walk their talk. And Stephen said we've known each other for 22 years. And I brought him to Europe to testify, because this is not an American phenomenon. This is an international phenomenon. And Stephen had an effect on people in Italy. And when he spoke in Barcelona, Spain, he is the only one. 1,400 people gave him a standing ovation. 1,400 people who were not into entertainment, who came to that conference, if you remember, were scientists. They were people who were professional. There were no tinfoil hats. Nobody bought gadgets. And it was not a circus atmosphere. I had never spoken to 1,400 people anywhere except Barcelona, Spain. And I was shocked that it was not a circus atmosphere. And Stephen got a standing ovation. In fact, there's going to be a slide of him because he has an orb on one of his shoulders. I don't know who that was. He's very strange sometimes. And I want to acknowledge Danny Sheehan for his contribution. He was not only the counsel for the Disclosure Project, he was at another disclosure event, which was the citizen hearing of 2013 that had 36 men and 1 woman. If you remember the citizen hearing in Washington, D.C., where there were 36 different people from South American countries, from Europe, from England, there was England, Italy, Uruguay, Paraguay. If you don't think disclosure has happened, I don't know, are you sleeping? What do you think disclosure is? The latest flavor of ice cream that comes out of the media? This is the problem with this whole thing, is that people think they're misguided. They think that what comes out of the government is going to be disclosure. That's not where disclosure is. Disclosure is a serious study of this phenomenon. And unfortunately, people don't read anymore. Because if they go back to read the original source material, starting from Leonard Stringfield, Alan Hynek, and so forth, all the people that worked on this for years, and they would do it scholarly, they would get disclosure. The 4 diaries of Jacques Vallée have day by day entries of all of the process of what has been going on with all the groups that tried to get together to have some kind of disclosure. Unfortunately, this particular country is interested in one thing, the technology. And in the 1950s, if you bother to look at the Giant Rock Group, for you people that date back, the people that met the Van Tassels, the Mengers, the early contactees, and I had to go back there to study this because our field, and I'm the only one that's going to mention this, is little gray aliens, abductions, and all kinds of mythologies that are unproven. And that when you go to a conference, that's what you're seeing. And I'm thinking to myself, oh my God, do they bother to go back and see in the 1950s? And the reason why I go back to the 1950s is because it goes back further than that. And that's the case I'm going to talk about. 1945. What happened July 16th, 1945? We exploded the atomic bomb. So it's no coincidence that all that stuff happened in New Mexico, because that's the history that began this problem. And I've heard all kinds of testimony now because the explosion of an atomic bomb has repercussions in other dimensions. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure that out, that we got somebody's attention. We got somebody's attention. I've heard this before, but the kids have discovered the matches, and you can't put the genie back in the bottle. So let's start this with the first slide. I spoke to the Washington Press Club because at that time, Stephen Bassett had asked me to speak to journalists. And of course, what I said is, look, you guys, just tell the story the way it is. Don't put a spin on it. And there was a series of international people there. So what did the Washington Post do? The red vote, the blue vote, and the little green man vote. So they made fun of it. So the media is not on board here. So I asked them to do that. By the way, in Barcelona, I was the only woman with all men. Here at the National Press Club, I was the only woman. Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, Stephen Bassett, for letting me speak. But more thank you, Stephen Greer, for having 2 women. Because the woman's perspective is a whole other perspective here. And this is a field of men. And so you heard Carol speak. Sometimes we get some things done. And sometimes we see the 360 picture. So I am very grateful to him for changing the paradigm. All right, so I tried Washington Press Club. Next. But I didn't pick this. In 1979, I watched Close Encounters of the Third Kind and got very emotional at the very end when there was that contact. If you remember Francois Truffaut that met the beings at the very end. And I was a teacher, like Carol. I taught high school for 40 years, and I have a master's in education. So I'm always going to talk about reading and getting educated. So what happened is I was at a wedding in Evanston, Illinois. I walked into the Center for UFO Studies, and by coincidence, Alan Hynek was there. And I went up to him and I said, "Is this real? Is this, what I saw in that movie, was that real?" And he said, yes. He was working on Project Blue Book at the time. And he said, yes. He said, "I heard you speak Italian." And I said, "I do." And he said, "Would you help me? Would you help me with the Italian sightings? I'm going to send you some boxes full of letters I'm getting from all over the world." So I was lucky. Whoever gave me this assignment gave me the best teacher. How can you have any better teacher than Alan Hynek, who's an astronomer and a scientist? So I'm dealing with real science. And working with Alan, that's a very young Paula Harris there, taught me to listen. It taught me to listen, put together facts, do not make judgments, and collect the material. Okay, next. And you can see he had a sense of humor. And I think we need one. I'm so overloaded by what I've heard and what I've seen. And Alan said, "Laugh, laugh, study, study. Let's not forget our sense of humor here." And I miss him so much because I worked with him for 6 years. And he taught me a lot. Go ahead. Okay. What happened in I think it was 1999, was that Stephen Greer came to Italy and he asked me to help them with the disclosure project, which meant we rented a room near the train station in Rome and we filed all these military people in and they gave testimony. We filmed it. And then he asked me to meet Monsignor Corrado Balducci of the Vatican, who made the statement, the next one. There's Monsignor Balducci with Stephen. He said, the devil doesn't need UFOs. And this is very important because one of the problems that I thought at that time that had to do with disclosure was that it had to do with the downfall of religions or people panicking and so forth. And he said, no, he actually said, "I'm a demonologist. This has nothing to do with the devil." Believe it or not, in Roswell, once they put me on a panel to talk about the devil. And I said to these were engineers. And I said, "Why are you doing that?" And they said, "Wouldn't you rather believe in Jesus Christ than aliens?" I said, "Are you out of your minds? This is not about religion. So get a clue. And if you attribute it to the box of religion, then we will never learn the truth. Wouldn't it be great if we could learn we had friends out there? If this planet was not the only one? If there is a civilization that's more evolved?" And that is what Balducci said. He told Stephen, he said, "Look, we're the bottom of the barrel." He said, "In all these years, we have not evolved." He said, "They're watching us and trying to get us to a point where we understand how amazing we are and how filled this universe is with life. And we're just part of it." And of course I had to interpret because he didn't speak English very well. But I want you to understand, there's Zacharias Sitchin with Monsignor Balducci. I took the photo. The photos, I take them because I'm a photojournalist. So I'm going to take the photos of the history of this because this dates back for me from 1980. Go ahead, the next one. So these are some of the things that Monsignor Balducci said. Catholicism, he said, this is very important, you have to understand this, is based on witness testimony. The whole religion, the apostles and so forth. Why aren't we believing the witnesses to the UFO phenomenon if we've created a whole religion around witness testimony? He said, see, my talk today is more on logic and ethics. That's logical. All the witnesses, what do you need? Not only military, which Stephen has filed in, all these military credible scientists, but there's people out there that have witnessed this phenomena. This should also be taken seriously. The next one. There's Stephen on the stage in Barcelona, and there is the orb that appeared. Who took that picture? I did. I had to because it was a historic conference. Those people were really interested, and most of the people there, except Javier Sierra, who was the moderator, were American. And Bob Dean was there. If you remember Robert Dean, he was with us. Yes, go ahead. Okay, so my book, Conversations with Colonel Corso, will give you a word-by-word conversation with him. In other words, what it is all the audio tapes that I took while I was working with Corso. But I'm going to tell you a story about this. I don't know, do we have the Corso clip for, let's play that for them. Because I'll tell you what happened with Colonel Philip Corso. You need to know the real story. Sometimes I feel I am the voice of people who are no longer here.
Right today,
Right.
people hear these things.
Right.
We don't know what the humanoid clone, what advancements he can make or how we can make one. So what you have to do, you can't go to the library and get reference books on how he was built. You can't go any place and find this information. You have to start from zero. It's a new science. I've told you the answer. You have to start from zero and promote a new science. That's what you people have to do. And not only that, I tell you, I'll promote a new science. I'm going to only give you a little bit of help. You have to do the rest yourselves. And if you can't carry it on.
Colonel, but humans could turn into robots with this new science. How do we
You know what, Dr. Mari, what I told him and he agreed? Okay. And my own doctor? This would be a great boon for mankind if we could give man new muscles, new bones, new organs. Do you realize what that would bring to mankind?
What?
That's what this thing did. Jeez, medical science is coming. Look at the new advances in medical science that we could make.
This man changed my life, and he also changed ufology, and I'll tell you the reason. Okay, here's the books in Italian on Colonel Corso, my books in French. Go ahead and put the, okay. Here is his background. You could read it. The head of intelligence at the age of 28 in Rome. I could verify all that because I dragged him around Rome and he verified everything. Go ahead. Here we are in Rome. Go ahead. Stop here. In 1997 was the 50th anniversary of the Roswell crash. My boss sent me to look for Colonel Philip Corso. He said, the book the day after Roswell came out, Paula, you need to cover this. I was in Italy. I did not want to come. I had other things I wanted to do. I didn't know what he looked like. I didn't know what I was supposed to do with him. I got to, but there were some people that could drive me there. Once I got here and I got to Roswell, it was a big party. There was all the major UFO people, and Colonel Corso was there, and I didn't know what he looked like, but I went to the where he was having a press conference, and a blonde man pushed me into the crowd and said, you have to speak to my father in Italian. I said, who are you? And he said, I'm Colonel Corso's son. And I asked Colonel Corso about the Santilli footage, the alien autopsy in Italian. And he answered, and he said, that seems real. He said, because that lens, now remember, little gray aliens that we see, that we have these big eyes. He said, that was a lens, he said, and we pull that off. He said, we engineered night screening devices from it. And he told everybody. Colonel Corso could not speak in this country for the jealousy and the court case against his book. So we promptly pulled him to Italy, and he testified on 2 different occasions in Pescara and the independent Republic of San Marino. Now, when I tell you this, I'm telling you that sometimes our own people stop our own people from testifying, because it was very, very interesting that he spoke in Italy. So this is the autopsy of the ETs. And it's in the book, Conversations with Colonel Corso. Go ahead, keep going, we'll go really fast. Here we are in Rome. I brought him to Europe. This is a conversation. He told me that I had to talk about this. And I said, I can't do this. And he said, you'll learn, you're a soldier. And I'm a woman, I'm going, what do you mean you'll learn? I'm a soldier. He said, after I'm gone, you must talk about this. Go ahead. Here we are, go ahead. All right, so from that point of view, I heard that the former defense minister had read Corso's book, had called some military men here, and what this man said was, I verify what Corso said about back engineering and more. And when I realized what this was really about, I realized that's what the secret was. It wasn't people were going to panic. This is about creating back engineering. Go ahead. Now, this is the story that Stephen has been talking about. When we detonated the atomic bomb, somebody noticed. So that 1947 Roswell, which has become a party if you go there, was not the first crash. It was 1945, go ahead. It was in San Antonio, New Mexico. 2 little boys, Remy Baca and Jose Padilla, were looking for a cow that was calving and that had a calf. And what had happened is they watched a UFO come in, hit a radio tower, and actually crash. A piece of it fell off and they saw the beings inside. This is a case I've been covering for the last 9 years. It really happened. I believe that the files on this are in the Atomic Energy Commission files and not on the Blue Book files. Go ahead. And here's Jose and here's Remy. One is 9, one is 6. They're children. They're telling the truth. This really happened. I did an interview for Stephen that you'll see in the documentary of the details of this. This is important because it was 1 month after the atomic bomb. So these ETs, this civilization, were not on vacation. This was a statement to planet Earth. The boys saw the creatures. They stayed there for at least 20 to 25 minutes and watched it. Go ahead. Now, why is that important? Because at that time, and there's Oppenheimer, and I heard the testimony, I am death, the killer of worlds, which is what that Trinity plaque is near the site there, 13 miles from where this crash was. I am death. I have created death, the killer of worlds, plural. Oppenheimer is having a conversation with Einstein. Go ahead. Protocols were discussed. Oppenheimer and Einstein said, we got problems here. You think Oppenheimer that wasn't there didn't know about this crash? It was 1 month after the atomic bomb. Go ahead. There is a document, MJ12 document. It's called Relationships with Inhabitants of Celestial Bodies. It's an MJ12 document. There it is. You can go on Ryan Wood's website and read it. And what it says basically, go ahead. What it says is, hey, President Truman, we got problems. We're having visitations because something happened. And this is a month after the atomic bomb. And it says, we've got to do something. The United Nations cannot cover this. We're going to create a supra-United Nations. He calls them cosmic cultures. There is no hint of hostility. This document, you should go on Ryan Wood's website and look at it, relationships with celestial bodies, and it calls them cultures. And in the UFO field, all you see is a little gray alien. We got to understand that there were also people from other planets coming here. In fact, Colonel Corso said, we weren't worried about the clone. We were worried about who created them, because those things can fly in outer space, but there are actual, cultures that created them. Go ahead. This is Adamski, and it's very important because people, my colleagues especially, just completely canceled George Adamski. When I started listening to his audio tapes, Adamski was addressing all world leaders because in 1952, November 20th, 1952, the message from Orthon, and there's his footprints done by George Hunt Williamson, plaster casts of his shoes. If you would go back to the Adamski era, we were on a timeline like we are today, where Adamski said, look, Orthon that came off the ship said, this planet is run on a war economy. And if you keep doing this, you have to create the wars. But Kennedy wanted to go out into outer space. Orthon says, look, if you guys change the war economy to a space economy, the spin-offs from the space economy will give you enough money to still have an economy, but you'll get to meet us. That is the message of George Adamski. If you bother to go back and do some scholarly study of ufology, get his audio tapes. He went to the Queen of Denmark, to the Queen of England, all over the world. And the irony is, when I went to speak to people that knew him, the ETs would go in the car with him. The ones that look like us. And it's very, very interesting. Go ahead. Okay, so the message of George, that's the message written. We'd have to create the wars. Well, guess what we chose? We're out of enemies, so I don't know. Now we have to go into something else. Okay, go ahead. There is Colonel Corso speaking to Desmond Leslie, who wrote the books on Adamski. I was listening to the conversations. I'd sit there at dinner and listen to Desmond Leslie go, on about meeting George Adamski and what he said. Go ahead. There I am with Dr. Edgar Mitchell. It's time to tell the truth. Said, we are not alone and they are not hostile, or we would have conflicts a long time ago. Look, if they were going to bomb us, they would have bombed us, or if they were going to attack us, they would have attacked us when we became a threat. Why are they going to do it in 2021? So all at once in 2021, we become a threat and we see all this. Now, there's an agenda behind everything. God bless Edgar Mitchell, because he was like you guys, a hero. And because it cost him a lot to come out and talk about UFOs, but basically he had an epiphany when he was in outer space and felt the consciousness rise. Go ahead. There's Edgar Mitchell and me and Roswell. Go ahead. Now, here we go. Clifford Stone just died February 12th, and I had his book published, but Clifford Stone has a message for you. He did 12 crash retrievals, 3 of them in Vietnam. His first crash retrieval, he didn't know it. I can't go into detail about this, but when he was picked to do this, he was 18 years old. His first crash retrieval was in Indiantown Gap, Indiana in 1969. He had courage enough to speak at your disclosure conference, and the agenda for Colonel Corso was his 3 grandsons. He wanted them to know that it was real. It was not about making money, doing Roswell books or whatever. His agenda was that his son was killed. He had twin sons. His son Robert was killed. That was the impetus to come forward at your disclosure project. And these heroes have an agenda for the knowledge of mankind. The agenda of today is not that. Go ahead. And he just died, and he said he had a first aid manual with 57 different species in it. And guess what? Our field has reptilians, grays, and Nordics. And we got 57 different species. And so we play the reptilians, grays, and Nordics, and we try to shove. There are cosmic cultures out there that are interested in coming here to watch the evolution of mankind. And they are not reptilians, grays, and Nordics. Go ahead. This is Wilbur Smith, who said that this subject matter, that the visitation to the Earth is classified higher than the atomic bomb. Go ahead. So we're getting to the end. Why would I ever do this? I started as nuts and bolts with Alan Hynek putting pins in maps for sightings. And it took me this long to look at why this was happening. This is a phenomena that is created. Go ahead, the next one. This is a phenomenon that is created to raise the level of consciousness of this planet, because if we don't grow up, the repercussions are horrible. Go ahead. Here's Colonel Corso and me in Europe. He had a piece of metal with atoms aligned. He only spoke in Europe. What happened here? Our own people, two researchers went after him. So he could not speak here. Go ahead. There we are, and he said, I had a bunch of fiber optics. Okay, the next one. Paul Hellyer, former defense minister. Everybody laughed at him, but he felt he needed to talk. He is not somebody off the street. And there's Al Gore, and Carol talked about ecology, and he had courage to talk about, an inconvenient truth. Go ahead. And there they are. The release of these technologies could change the planet. This isn't just about UFO disclosure. This is about changing the order of the planet. In other words, if these technologies were released, if we could learn to not look at the borders, we are looking at the United States, China, Russia. When Edgar Mitchell was in outer space, his famous quote that I love is he said, I'm going to grab one of those Congress people. He said, I see the little beautiful blue circle that's the planet, and say, hey, you son of a bitch, where are the borders there? This is a quote from Edgar Mitchell, astronaut, Apollo 14. There are no borders to fight for. There is humanity is humanity. I'm Italian, but I'm human first. And I think we've got to do something here. We've got to redefine humanity. We are humans, we all have children, we all want this planet to survive. For me, the message is, this is it. Okay, the next one. We have a problem. Stephen just did 2 hours of this, our stuff or their stuff. Go ahead. And then the message from Warthon was that we could go to a space-based economy instead of a war economy. The next one. So when Colonel Corso had his encounter in the desert, Colonel Corso told me, this is the first interview you gave me. And I said, I'm not printing this. They're going to think you're nuts. I can't do it. He told me that he had an encounter in the desert with a being because a craft had landed. He had seen it from the sky. This being came out of a cave in White Sands. And Colonel Corso, being Italian, he had a stiletto in his boot, but he had a gun, and he pointed it at the being, and he said, friend or foe? And he said, Paula, guess what he said? I said, he said neither. He said neither. There are no good aliens or bad aliens, like there are no good people or bad people. They just are. But look at the agendas. And then the being said, do you want to come aboard? And Colonel Corso said, what do you have to offer me? A new world if you could take it. The last words of the CE5 movie. A new world if you can take it, to me is not a hostile statement. And I bless you for putting that in your CE5 movie, because that being knew we were going to do this today. He knew. Do you understand? There was no time. So whatever you're doing today, that being knew you were going to do it. Okay, go ahead. He said, Paula, a new world will dawn for you and you will be in the forefront. This is Colonel Philip Corso. I didn't know what he was talking about because I've learned so much since then. Go ahead, the next one. I leave you with a question. When what you think disclosure comes out, look where it comes out from and look what the agenda is. Please use your brains. Please use logic. And then maybe we can get through this together. And I thank you so much.
And we'll be having more information coming up. Oh, somebody looked at the phone. Is that yours? Oh. So we'll be having more information about this case in 1945. We did an extensive interview on that. And one of the things that was an interesting correlation is that those children picked up just bags of these angel hair-like filaments that they decorated their Christmas trees, and then the whole town got them, and it turned out they were fiber optics. And of course, Corner Corso talks about the fact that in the 1947 crash and others, they had retrieved these filaments. You put a light at one end, it would transmit it. So much of the technology, interestingly, that's information systems have come out. What have they held back? The things that need to save the planet. Energy, propulsion. Instead of these advanced sciences, we're using oil, gas, coal, nuclear power, which should have been retired 100 years ago, what I call the lost century. So without any further ado, I'd like to introduce a very good friend of mine. He's a renowned civil rights and constitutional attorney, Daniel Sheehan. Of course, you all know that he did the Pentagon Papers representing the New York Times. He also did the Silkwood case, nuclear case. He's done many civil rights cases, the KKK case in Greensboro and others, but he's worked with us since the 1990s and early 2000s as a constitutional advisor and attorney who's very accomplished and was part of how we came to the assessment that the national security state operations that are unacknowledged special access projects are in fact breaking the law. They're illegal and they're rogue, and therefore all the witnesses and all the material we have that will come from classified sources, we have been able to bring out to the public with impunity. And to this date, no one has challenged that assessment. So I'd like to welcome Daniel Sheehan.
Well, I have the good fortune of getting you while you're totally exhausted. And so this is sort of the closing argument, if you will, of the day. We've covered an awful lot of different subjects here, kind of different strands that you've seen. There's like a whole dozen different things that we've talked about. And what I want to do is I just want to kind of bring it together here, sort of at the end of the day, and try to be clear about what the implications are of what we're talking about here. That we know that one of the fundamental questions that we've got, that we all share, is whether or not an actual other intelligent civilization exists, an extraterrestrial civilization of another intelligent and highly technologically developed, but categorically distinct species, or one or more exist. And this is a fundamental question that has brought us all together. I think that basically the reason we're all here together is because we have had a different kind of unique response to standing out under the stars. You know, when we look up into the nighttime sky and see a star pulsing in the distance, we have, since we've been small children, experienced that as an existence of another star with other planets and other beings, and that we've had a deep kind of overwhelming sense that what we're doing here in our day-to-day lives is not in harmony with that reality. That we've got this kind of bizarre reductionist view of reality, that we end up, drawing, lines in the sand and threatening to kill someone if they come onto our property, and use our intelligence to sort of dig into the earth and dig up the minerals and develop bullets and weapons to do that. And it is so incongruous with this dimension of reality that we have known about and experienced since we were children. And so that ultimate question, we have, I think, had an answer to that in our own conscience since we've been small. And that it's baffling that other people have not acknowledged this. The schools we go to, the churches we go to, the political parties that we all participate in have never wanted to acknowledge that. They stay completely fixated on this kind of reductionist view of reality. So this is one of the most important issues that we're dealing with now. And we've crossed, I think, into a new era on that within our own lifetimes. Some of our lifetimes are a little longer than others here. But I remember distinctly when I first raised this issue, when I was legal counsel at the Jesuit headquarters in Washington, D.C., that I was there when, as many of you may have heard about, is I got contacted by the Congressional Research Service, Science and Technology Division. They'd been asked by President Carter to prepare 2 classified reports, one on the existence of extraterrestrial life, and the second one on whether or not at least some of these UFO encounters might actually represent vehicles from another civilization, an extraterrestrial civilization. And I was contacted by Marcia Smith, who was the head of the Science and Technology Division of the Congressional Research Service, and asked whether I, as legal counsel at the Jesuit National Headquarters Office of Social Ministry, whether I would be able to get access to the Vatican Library for the study and secure the information they had on these 2 subjects. And I brought it to Father Bill Davis, who was my immediate superior. I was a candidate for the Jesuit priesthood at the time. And I went to Father Davis and explained to him why I thought this was so extraordinarily important that we ought to respond to this in a positive way. And he convened the assistant provincials for all 10 provinces in the United States who were in charge of social ministry, and we got their consent to doing this. And that's an extraordinarily important step that took place there with the largest single order of the Catholic Church, the largest single denomination in all of Western civilization, to agree that we would take the step of going forward and trying to get the Vatican to provide this information. And that was when I first became involved as a grown-up, actually, and a professional in trying to do something about this. And that's how it started. And so I became counsel to the special counsel to the investigation and study for the president, and ended up being therefore invited to go to talk with the top scientist in SETI, the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, to deliver a closed-door seminar to them on the theological implications of contact with an extraterrestrial civilization, which it turns out they had been seriously concerned about, as it turns out there at SETI. So I said, well, look, just let me ask you this then. Whatever the nature of this tribunal might be, can you tell me whether either or both of the following questions are going to be at issue here, as a matter of fact? Number one, whether or not another highly intelligent and highly technologically developed, but distinctly non-human species exists in extraterrestrial life here. And secondly, whether at least some of these vehicles that are seen around in the UFO phenomenon might actually be a vehicle from another civilization, an extraterrestrial civilization. Relman, who was the chairman, said, well, absolutely, those 2 issues are at stake here. And it's totally ridiculous for anybody to believe either one of those things is true. Now, this is Harvard University in 1994 is making that type of declaration, right? And from between that time in 1994 and then in 2009, at that whole period of time, it turns out that you have the Vatican, the Jesuit order, convening a gathering of world scientists to come to the Vatican, to Castel Gandolfo, where the papal observatory is, spending a whole week briefing the cardinals on the developments are. And they come out and they go to the Vatican and deliver an official statement on the part of the Roman Catholic Church saying that in light of the discovery of more and more of these new planets, these exoplanets, that it now appears that much sooner than we'd anticipated, that we're going to discover that there's life elsewhere in our universe. And therefore, the time has arrived for the beginning of a very serious conversation among our human family about the philosophical and theological implications of this discovery. And so that's an official statement from the Roman Catholic Church here in Western civilization. And so now we have the situation where the United States Pentagon is announcing, basically on the front pages of the New York Times, that yes, the UFOs are real. They're real. And yet you hear this bizarre response from them all saying, but we can't figure out what they are. We don't know what this really is. And so that we've heard the information today about what the potential implications of that type of a situation is, what those implications are. That they know that they're not Russian. They know that they're not Chinese. So we have a couple of questions in front of us here that we really need to take away from our discussion today, and all the thousands of people that are listening to this out around the world, is that there are some pivotal questions here. We now know that the institutions of the major Catholic Church in Western civilization are taking the position that it's now clear that there's extraterrestrial life. Now, for the very first time, now the Pentagon is acknowledging that UFOs are real. The question that we have in front of us here, and the evidence is starting to roll in on this, is has the United States government come into physical possession of any of these vehicles? And there's ample evidence now that is perfectly clear that we've come into possession of some of these, right? And there are particular instances that we all talk about of Roswell in the 1945 crash and the others. And the next question is there any evidence that we are engaged in some effort to duplicate these, to back engineer and generate these things so that we would end up having access to this technology? And there's growing evidence that they clearly have been trying to do this. So the big question here that you've gotten posed to you today, with evidence that you may not have heard in the past, one of the pivotal questions is, have they succeeded in doing this? Or are they still trying to do it? Like, in the deep background interviews, yeah, we haven't been able to do it. Yeah, you're right. You caught us. We got some of these vehicles and we've been trying to do it, but we haven't really been able to do it yet. So that fact question is one that's pivotal. If you were a jury and you had to try to decide when you go back into the jury room to try to figure out the answers to these questions, you have to ask yourself, is there evidence now that is going to cause you to be convinced that we have, in fact, some of us in this country, in some governing elite circles, have actually mastered the technology so that we're actually flying these things around? So that we now are confronted, all of us in this room and people that are listening around the world are actually confronted for the first time in our life with, if we were out on a dark, starry night and a big UFO came around and landed in the field like this, we would, instead of saying, fantastic, great, I feel like Betty and Barney Hill, I'm getting set to be able to go and meet people from an extraterrestrial civilization. And you find out they're US military people. I mean, what a bummer that is, I mean, what a bummer. I mean, these people are messing with our life ambitions of getting to have that experience. And here we are dealing with guys in camouflage or something. So we need to be able to answer that question, okay? And if we answer that question, that they have developed the technology and they are flying around and presenting themselves And they know perfectly well that the response that our people are having is, oh my God, great, their UFOs are here, that we can see them. We finally get and we know that they're doing that. The second question that is posed to us here today in our discussions is, why in the world are they doing that? Why are they doing that? Why haven't they revealed this technology? Why are they spending hundreds of billions of dollars building big rocket ships, to put people in capsules and send them up under rockets to go to the moon, and multi-billion-dollar programs that they're lauding and praising and getting us all cheering them going up into space with these gigantic flames rolling out of the bottom of their rocket, and blowing up people in the Challenger and getting people killed. I mean, why are they doing that? If that second question is answered that way, that yes, they've mastered the technology, and yes, they're flying around, and they know they're giving us all the impression that these are UFOs. So that question is posed. The third question was, why in the world would they be doing that? These are the three questions we brought to you today. That have they mastered the technology? And if they have, are they flying it around and giving us the impression that they're UFO people all around? And why are they keeping us from having this technology? Why is that? Who are these people that are doing this? And these are the three fundamental questions that have been posed to us here today. And I know that for long periods of time, I've been, I'm counsel to the Disclosure Project and counsel to the Citizens Disclosure and counsel to the Jesuits and have been counsel to John Mack. I've been doing this over all the years now, and now I'm counsel to you. Trying to make it clear what the clear questions are that you need to ask, and figure out yourself, along with all of us as a community, what the answers to these questions are. Because we're faced with a very serious situation right here, where there are people in good faith that have devoted their lives to this, who believe that these people are engaged in trying to set up a hoax, a false apparent invasion or incursion of some sort on the part of an extraterrestrial civilization to try to get our human family, led by the United States ruling elite, to view all extraterrestrials as a horrible threat, and to establish this meme in our minds for the next 5,000 years in the future. This is an extraordinarily important period of time in all of our lives, in the lives of our whole human family. This is going to determine how our relationship is established with the extraterrestrial civilization that we all are convinced exists, and that we all have to deal with this. We all have to try to figure out how to raise our personal consciousness. We have to learn how to raise the consciousness of our religious institutions. We have to be able to raise the consciousness of our governing institutions. And the bottom line is, we have to learn to raise the consciousness of ourselves as citizens, as individuals, and know that this is a key thing that we have to do. Because the fact of the matter is that we have to merit our relationship with the extraterrestrial civilization. Because, as you might well imagine, they've got some fundamental questions about the worthiness of our whole species. And there's a lot of evidence that raises fundamental questions about this. And we've all gone along through our lives, some more or less, ignoring that challenge that we all have, to somehow participate in the process of helping to raise the consciousness of our human community here. But the fact of the matter is, the issue is now put to us in some pretty stark terms, because we have now, for the first time, you've got, Mark Rubio, who was the chair of the Senate Intelligence Committee, asking for a full briefing from the Office of Naval Intelligence now on what their position is about this phenomenon. And we know that the person who's the executive director of that new UAP task force inside the Office of Naval Intelligence has told them in closed door sessions that the majority of his staff believe that these are off-world vehicles. That's what he has said. Okay? And so that we've got to deal with the fact that there are low consciousness political structures of the United States Senate Intelligence Committee, yes, low consciousness institutions who are now in the process of thinking how to respond institutionally to that type of a communication. And there are people inside the military who are trying to tell them that this constitutes a threat because they find it in their institutional interest to be able to get billions and billions of dollars of more tax money so they can have more jobs. Now this is extremely low consciousness functioning here. So our question is how can we, as a community, as a portion of our human family, mobilize from this moment here onward to try to help raise our entire consciousness on this subject so that we can, in fact, become the messengers of an alternative way of approaching this whole thing. And as you know, the medium is the message to a large extent. We can't be hostile, we can't be antagonistic, we can't be accusatory, we can't be confrontational. And so we've got to be able to think about these things ourselves. And what it really comes down to is we have to answer for ourselves the profound philosophical and theological questions that are posed to our whole human family, which are posed to us as well. And that's the discussion that we need to inspire. And that's what we're trying to do here this weekend, is to encourage this conversation among ourselves so that it's no longer just some of us who devoted 50 years or more to this to come and talk with you and give you the information and stuff. The fact is this has to be a collective activity on our part now. We have to respond to the call to figure out what the philosophical and theological implications are and internalize our own answers to those things and go forward as messengers of this, and at the minimum, we have to move very aggressively to stop the shifting of weapons up into space. We've just come out of an administration that has now actively advocated and set up a US Space Force, a military space force to go into outer space and to bring weapons and to try to establish full spectrum dominance up over the planets in our solar system. And we know that that's what they're trying to do. So we've got to roll that back. We've got to roll back. That's brand new. It's only been here for a matter of months, right? We need to roll that back as best we can. And we need to go forward to help support the setting up of this treaty on the part of the nation states of our planet to ban the movement of weapons into space. First, by banning the basing of any weapons in outer space, but also later prohibiting even the carrying of any of these weapons into space. And I don't think that we need to emphasize the fact that the extraterrestrial civilization isn't going to allow us to do it, because that's only going to inspire fear and antagonism and a dialectical perception of the extraterrestrials. What we have to do is we have to make that argument ourselves. We have to make that argument to our own fellow citizens and everybody that we shouldn't be doing this, that we can't be doing this. We cannot start our next thousands of years of experience with the extraterrestrial civilization on that footing. That we just can't do that. And so that's my attempt to try to draw it together for us to realize what the takeaway is from the beginning of our time here together. But there's a whole set of discussions that we have to have, among ourselves. It's not just a matter of us standing up here talking to you. It's a matter of you talking to us talking to each other, us talking to ourselves, of what we're going to do about this. Because this is a very serious situation. I've been in a lot of serious situations down through the years, having people come to say, oh, having Jim Goodell of the New York Times legal counsel call me and say, Danny, I got to have a meeting with you right away. By the way, we've got 47 volumes of top secret classified Pentagon papers. What are we going to do with them? Which I said to him, the only thing you need to decide is how big the font should be on the front page of the New York Times tomorrow morning. But this is another situation. And I want to tell you that in every one of these situations, there's a small group of people who have to make some very serious decisions to change history here. To change history, not just to make history, because there's a momentum going now in the wrong direction here. So we've got to make history here. We've got to change the history that will happen without us. Okay, and this includes all the other people that are listening here today. Okay, and that's what our discussions are going to be for the rest of the time we're here, for these next few days together, to how we go about doing this. This is a practical question about a theological and philosophical issue. So that's what I would like to say. Okay?
All right, thank you, Danny. It was beautiful. And just for those who he didn't go through all of it, but he was actually taken into a facility when he was asked by folks to get some material together for President Carter, who had been denied access to these files and subject by outgoing CI Director George H.W. Bush, who served on this committee of 200 or 300 with Andrew Mellon and then later Senator John Warner. And I think one of the things that I remember you sharing was that you actually saw a file that had photos of a crashed ET craft that had writing on it. I think once you drew me the sort of hieroglyphic writing on it. And so this is all really very important information because it goes back decades and there are data point after data point after data point. And one of my big concerns is the discussion is always trying to recreate the wheel. In the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000, it's now 2021. Are UFOs real? Are some extraterrestrial? Do we have advanced technologies? I'm mocking it only because asked and answered. And the evidence is overwhelming. And the witness testimony and the documents and the drawings and this, it's all there. And what they want people to do is stay in a cul-de-sac, running around in a circle, debating the same questions. And that is a diversion. That is a DDT, as I talked about earlier. Don't buy into that. Don't go there. We need to start moving forward because there's a lost century here of technology, knowledge, enlightenment, peaceful planet, free energy, a just social world where there is no poverty, there's no pollution. And this is not utopian Pollyanna jibber jabber. This is fully able to be accomplished in our lifetime. And it could have been accomplished, ironically, before I was born. And I was born in 1955. So the problem is, how much longer are we going to be killing the planet and engaging in endless wars instead of coming together, not only as a human family? I want to add to what Paula Harris said about all of us being part of the human. That would have been great in about 1900. Too late for that. We're already being visited by advanced civilizations. So I want to close with this sort of a visualization for a moment. And all of you take a moment and consider the fact that if you're still awake, you're awake. And the ability, the human conscious spirit, the ability to be conscious, whereby you're awake, and you're awake, and you're awake. We always are filtering it and attaching it to our own individual selves. But there's this consciousness field, this essence, the spirit of the awake being that is in fact and been proven to be a universal field that is not limited by time, space, body, or individual. This aspect of ourselves, this is the universal being. And we are all that. And we are going to have to identify with that first, then human, and then white or black or gay or straight, or Catholic or Protestant or Sunni or Shia. And this is why, you know, I told the story a couple of times when the first time I was sitting with Demi Lovato, who's an actress and singer, and during all the rioting and what was going on in the country in the past year. And I said, you know, we're going to have to go deeper. It's not enough to just involve yourself in a subculture identity. Notice that within culture, it's cult. And I think we have to begin to go, if we cannot go beyond the tribalism of division, then we are destined to end up destroying everything. Because we have to honor and look at how beautiful, it's like a beautiful garden with all kinds of different colors and shapes of flowers and plants and what have you. That's the human family. But within all those plants is the sap, the chi, the life, the energy that makes that life happen. And there is your point of commonality. And what's beautiful about that is that it's universal. So if there's the civilization that's out near Antares that exists, been read into that particular civilization, those beings are awake and they are conscious, and they're very different. I mean, look, if we're still fighting over our color, or whether we're gay or straight, or male or female, stuck in that kind of stuff for what now? Thousands of years? How are we ever going to have any semblance of peaceful relationship with these other civilizations? We have to find a point of commonality, of oneness that transcends even humanity. That is the big challenge we are facing. And so at the root of all of this, it's a deeply spiritual problem, not religious, spiritual, the essence of a spirit. And that is the conscious field and the awake being shining alike within all of us. And so when you look into the eyes of an extraterrestrial being, don't be freaked out that they look different from you. It's like people being freaked out that someone is a different color or a different sexual orientation or a different religion or a different race or ethnicity. That is where they want you, the demagogues, the warmongers. They want everyone to stay at that level fighting. And what we have to do is transcend that and realize that there is this ineffable but beautiful, and it's closer to us than our life's vein, aspect of ourselves that is a singularity of consciousness. And that is infinite. And that is operative fully within every sentient, awake being, whether it's human or extraterrestrial. Why is that important? Because unless we begin to go beyond what I call exo-racism, and Paula Harris was referring to this, you know, they're the Nordics and they're the Greys and they're the, you know, it's just this whole mythology of racism within this issue. And it is racist. We have to get into a post-racist era where not everything is filtered through your color or your religion or your ethnicity. Those are all sort of systems and identities that are very superficial. Because as a doctor, you know, when I've seen people cut past the skin, they all bleed the same color. The brain is all the same within everybody. And deeper than that is this consciousness that is universal. And if we can connect to that, and it doesn't have to be through religious, fanatical things and what have you. It's simple. It's mindfulness. It's being aware of the mind and the consciousness and realizing, and this has been proven experimentally by Dr. John at Princeton and others, that that conscious field isn't limited to space and time. And it's universal and infinite. And once we realize that, and if we go deep, connect to that aspects of ourselves, there are no aliens. They're all us, phasing and resonating throughout the cosmos as different sentient beings at different points on the path of enlightenment and of the drop of our individualities, returning to the ocean of the great being. That's the journey we're on. And so if we can really stay centered on that, we can go past racism and past human divisions and past exo-racism. Because exo-racism is what the people who manipulate us want us to go to. They want all of us to be united, but around another false dialectic, another false otherness. And that otherness this time is alien. And that's how they're going to continue to control humanity instead of us becoming free and enlightened and a civilization that's enlightened, an ugly future of conflict and division. And this is our choice. We can choose to be manipulated or not manipulated, to be awake or to be asleep. And so everyone listening, ultimately it is our choice. And when the ET said a new world, if you can take it, implied in that, if you will choose to accept this new world of a peaceful planet without massive weapons, without division, but that's not enough. There has to be added this deeper realization that the conscious spirit within us is universal and the consciousness within these other life forms is the same. And to kill one of them is to kill ourselves. And so we are all one people. And the motto, when I started on this journey in 1990, I founded the CE5 Contact initiative. And the motto that I developed was one universe, one people. There's actually one people. I use the word people to include not just Homo sapiens, but all intelligent, conscious, higher intelligent beings capable of going and out into space or around their own planet. Though we have to understand that there is one conscious being shining within all of us. And that is an operative philosophy that's ancient and isn't limited to this religion or that religion. This is an understanding that is post-religious in a sense, or pre-religious, because religions are organizations. It's not one political party or another political party. It's not one race or another race. It's not one species or another species. And I always want to leave people with this idea. We have been indoctrinated since we were born, everyone on this planet, to identify and be afraid of anything different from us. This goes back evolution, sort of evolution biology, thousands, hundreds of thousands of years of human experience. And we're a little bit hardwired that way, where, if it's a different tribe or a different entity, it's different, it's other, it could be a threat, it could kill us. So this is a human experience, and there's these epigenetic effects of our experiences that go through thousands of years that actually encode in our genes. But the reverse can happen, where we begin to accept another higher consciousness that's universal, and that will change our genes. That also lights up epigenetic fields. We'll talk about this week, that then leads to enlightenment and oneness and the end of war and conflict and to universal peace. So the foundation of having peace on earth and peace in the heavens is to have the great peace within and realizing we are all one people, one universe, one people. Thank you very much for all your help and support. And I will really appreciate it if everyone listening online can wait when you hear that we have completed this Cosmic Hoax documentary, that you, between now and then, network now with everyone you can to get it on every site possible, because it'll be free to release. And that's how we're going to get the message of peace, but also the message of a heads up to the public to not be fooled again. We've been fooled in the Iraq War. We were tricked into the Vietnam War. There's been war after war after war. This is the big one. This is the last card. We cannot be fooled on this one. And we're counting on, all of us are counting on each and every one of you to be ambassadors of the truth and ambassadors to peace. Thank you very much. God bless all of you.